Hello, people. Suppose here goes nothing with a long form reading of Human Action because it's about the best idea I can come up with some form of fundraising exercise. I can at least show I'm at least somewhat committed. I will read 800 odd pages. At least I hope to. If I can do it in a reasonable amount of time, I'm hoping to have it done by the end of next week at the latest. However, I could be completely wrong in that estimation, and I could be here for weeks and weeks and weeks on end. But I would like to avoid that. Hello, Goose. The pinned message in the chat is the fund itself. So if anyone would like to help me get to the Mises Institute in July this year to take advantage of the scholarship I've been given for the Mises U course, that is where you can go to help me. All the money from that will be used towards flights. I will obviously have to be doing some of my own scratching together of money alongside that, probably roughly a similar sum to deal with other expenses and odds and sods. I don't think I really have much else to say. I thought I'd start maybe a minute or two early just to hope that some people start to fill in. I get this isn't really a particularly watchable time for most folk, because they're probably all at work, but I don't really have any other time in the day in which I can do this, and I'm not staying up to silly hours in the morning, I'm afraid. I'll be doing this at reasonable times during the day, so people can either catch up or catch it live during their work or something. Who knows? Not that I'm telling you to shirk at your work, but I will not disregard it if you do. Oh, right, I suppose we should get started then. Human Action, a treatise on economics by Ludwig von Mises. I'll not go through all this stuff. I'll start with the introduction now. Once in a great while, a book appears that both embodies and dramatically extends centuries of accumulated wisdom in a particular discipline, at the same time radically challenges the intellectual and political consensus of the day. Human Action by Ludwig von Mises, 1881 to 1973, is such a book, and more, a comprehensive treatise on economic science that would lay the foundation for a massive shift in intellectual opinion that is still working itself out 50 years after publication. Not even such milestones in the history of thought as Adam Smith's Wealth of Nations, Alfred Marshall's Principles, Karl Marx's Capital, or John Maynard Keynes's General Theory can be said to have such enduring significance and embody such persuasive power that today's students and scholars, as much as those who read it when it first appeared, are so fully drawn into the author's way of thinking. For this reason, and others discussed below, this scholar's edition is the original 1949 magnum opus that represents such a critical turning point in the history of ideas. Reproduced with a 1954 index produced by Veronelia Crawford for the 50th anniversary of its initial appearance, when Human Action first appeared, its distinctive Austrian school approach was already considered a closed chapter in the history of thought. First, its monetary and business cycle theory pioneered by Mises in 1912, and extended applied in the 1920s and 30s, had been buried by the appearance of Keynes's general theory, which gave a facile but appealing explanation of the lingering global depression. Second, Mises' 1920 demonstration that a socialist economy was incapable of rational economic calculation sparked a long debate in which the market socialists have been widely perceived to be the eventual victors, in part because it became a debate among Walrasians. Third, and fatal for the theoretical core of the Austrian school was the displacement of its theory of price, as originated by Karl Menger in 1871 and elaborated upon by Eugen von Bombewerk, John Bates Clark, William H. Wicksteed, Frank A. Fetter, and Herbert J. Davenport. Another strain had begun to develop along the lines spelled out by Menger's other student, Frederick von Wieser, who followed the Walrasian path of developing price theory within the framework of general equilibrium. Wieser was the primary influence on two members of the third generation of the Austrian school, Hans Mayer and Joseph A. Schumpeter. Members of the fourth generation, including Oskar Morgenstern, Gottfried von Haberler, Fritz Machlup, and Friedrich A. von Hayek, also tended to follow the Wieserian approach. The crucial influence on this generation had been Schumpeter's treatise Das Wesen und der Happenhalt der Theoretische National Economics. Schumpeter's book from then, but it's in German. Apologies. Published in 1908. This book was a general treatment of the methodological and theoretical issues of price theory from a Walrasian perspective. Apart from Weisser's writings, it was the only Austrian work of pure theory to appear prior to Mises's national economy, the German language predecessor to human action. For the young economist studying in Vienna, and despite criticism by Bomberwerk, Schumpeter's book became a guide to the future of science. As Morgenstern said, the work was read avidly in Vienna, even long after the First World War, and its useful freshness and vigour appealed to the young students. Like many others in my generation, I resolved to read everything Schumpeter had written, and would ever write. After Bomberwerk's death in 1914, no full-time faculty member at the University of Vienna was working strictly within a Mengerian framework. While Mises' status as a private docent diminished his academic standing prior to the geographical dispersal of the school in the mid-1930s, moreover, none of the members of these later generations had achieved international recognition, particularly among English-speaking economists on the order of Bomberwerk. After the retirement of Clark, Wicksteed, Fetter, and Davenport from the debate on pure theory by 1920, the school's influence on mainstream Anglo-American economics declined precipitously. This left the field of high theory, particularly in the United States, completely open to a Marshallian ascendancy. In Germany, the long night of domination by the anti-theoretical German historic school was coming to an end. But the book that reawakened the theoretical curiosity of German economists after the First World War was Gustav Kassel's Theoretische Socialistische Economie, which offered a verbal rendition of Walrasian price theory. In the Romance countries of France and Italy, Mengerian price theory never achieved a firm foothold, and by the 1920s it had been shunted aside by the Lausanne school and Marshallian-style neoclassicalism. By the mid-1930s, the Austrian school had melted away in Austria as more attractive prospects abroad or looming National Socialist threat drove the leading Austrian economists to immigrate to Great Britain, Hayek, the United States, Machlop, Harbauer, and Morgenstern, and Switzerland, Mises. Hayek was well positioned to spark a revival of Mengerian theory in Great Britain, but having been a student of Weisser rather than Bomberwerk, he saw the core of economics as the pure logic of choice. Which can be represented by the timeless equations of a general equilibrium. In the end, Walrasian general equilibrium theory was imported into Great Britain by John R. Hicks under Hayek's influence. In addition, analytical deficiencies internal to the pre-Misesian approach contributed to the sharp decline of the Austrian school after the First World War. In addition, the Austrians themselves lacked the analytical wherewithal to demonstrate that the timeless and moneyless general equilibrium approach and the one-at-a-time Marshallian approach, the analytical pyrotechnics of the 1930s notwithstanding, are both plainly and profoundly irrelevant to a central problem of economic theory. Explaining how monetary exchange gives rise to the processes of economic calculation that are essential to rational resource allocation in a dynamic world. Thus, after a period of remarkable development and influence from 1871 to 1914, by the early 1930s, the Austrian school was on the edge of extinction. Mises was fully cognizant of this unfortunate state of affairs when he emigrated to Switzerland in 1934, ensconced at the Graduate Institute of International Studies in Geneva. For the first time, he could fully focus his attention on academic research. Mises used this opportunity to write National Economy, a book that intended to revive the Mengerian approach and elaborate into it a complete and unified system. As evidence of the importance that Mises attached to his book, and of the time and energy poured into it, he wrote very little else than he usually got leading up to its publication in 1940. Previously an enormously prolific writer, the extent of his output from 1934 to 1939 was comparatively meagre. In addition to book reviews, short memos, newspaper and magazine articles, notes and introductions, there was only one substantial article for an academic audience. Retrospectively describing his purpose in writing National Economy, Mises left no doubt that he sought to address the two burning issues left unresolved by the founders of the Austrian school: the status of the equilibrium construct and the bifurcation of monetary and value theory. I try in my treatise, Mises wrote, to consider the concept of static equilibrium as instrumental only and to make use of this purely hypothetical abstraction only as a means of approaching an understanding of a continuously changing world. regarding his effort to incorporate money into the older Austrian theoretical systems. Mises identified his immediate inspiration as his opponent in the socialist calculation debate of the 1930s. These economic theorists, under the influence of the general equilibrium approach, advocated that the mathematical solution to the problem of socialist calculation. As Mises argued, they failed to see the very first challenge. How can economic action that always consists of preferring and setting aside, that is, of making unequal valuations, be transformed into equal valuations and the use of equations? But without an adequate theory of monetary calculation, which ultimately rests upon a unified theory of a money exchange economy, Mises realised there could be no definitive refutation of the socialist position. Accordingly, Mises revealed, national economy finally afforded me the opportunity to present the problems of economic calculation in their full significance. I had merged the theory of indirect exchange with that of direct exchange into a coherent system of human action. Thus, national economy marked the culmination of the Austrian theoretical approach, and in a real sense, the rebirth of the Austrian school of economics. It was designed to play a decisive role in reconstructing the whole of economic science in its moment of crisis, including reformulating and unifying. Give me a sec. Oh, apologies. Hello, I see more people are turning up finally. For those who didn't catch it at the start and aren't aware, I'm doing this as part of a sort of fundraising event, as it were, to get myself to the Mises Institute in July this year. So if you would like to help with that, please take a look at the GoFundMe, both in the description and as the pinned message in the chat. I shall continue. Using this mighty architectonic of economic theory, Mises formulated a radical and impermeable defense of laissez-faire policy conclusions that were distinctly unfashionable when the book first appeared. Mises was uniquely prepared to undertake such a radical task. Beginning in 1912, during a long tenure as economic advisor and chief economist of the Vienna Chamber of Commerce, Mises produced a steady stream of works in economic and political theory. The first publication of his first treatise, Theories des Geldes und der Umlaufsmittel, whatever that is, was followed by Nation State and Wirtschaft, Die Gemenwirtschaft, Liberalismus, and Liberalism, I'd imagine that one is, Geldwertstabilisierung und Konjunkturpolitik, whatever that one is, and some more German names that I'm not going to continue to butcher. Among the professional public, these works earned Mises a reputation as a leading monetary theorist and defender of the gold standard, and an outstanding critic of socialism and proponent of laissez-faire capitalism. How long am I going for? Hopefully just to 6 p.m. this evening, I'm thinking, and I will try and do this in sort of 4 or 5 hour blocks until it is done. Because I don't think really going for longer than that's going to do my voice any good. It sounds like it's going already, and it's already been 10 minutes. In academia, he was also recognised as the heir to the intellectual tradition of Menger and Bomboveric, and a leading defender of the deductive method in the social sciences against the claim of historicists. However, outside the circle of the participants in the private seminar, the Mises Kreis, the philosophical depth and systematic breadth of Mises' work was rarely acknowledged or recognised. Even his students and friends, who beginning in 1920 met regularly every 2 weeks in his Chamber of Commerce office, had at best only an inkling of Mises' systematic ambition. From book to book, they witnessed the appearance of the successive building blocks of a Misesian system. But when Mises left Vienna in 1934 to move to Geneva, even they could not have had more than a vague notion of how to fit these pieces into a unified whole. Mises was 58 years old when national economy theories, the Handlings and Wirtschaften appeared. It was Mises' crowning intellectual achievement and the sum of his scholarly life. At long last, this book should have established him as the foremost German language economist and social theorist of his generation. Mises' masterwork, however, appeared in the midst of political and personal crisis. After the Anschluss on March 12, 1938, Mises could no longer travel to Austria. His apartment in Vienna had been ransacked by National Socialists and his library and personal papers confiscated. By June 1940, German troops had virtually encircled Switzerland, and urged by his wife, Mises decided to leave Geneva and emigrate to the United States. I can no longer bear, he explained in his Ehrenmeringen. Meringen, written shortly after his arrival in New York City on August 4th, 1940, to live in a country that regarded my presence as a political burden and danger to its society. Oh, I've got a donation already. Thank you very much, Jonathan, for the £20 to go towards a fund. I will put a little thank you thing through GoFundMe later on this evening once I've done that, but I will thank you now for that. From the outset, the book was cut off almost completely from the German market, and the Swiss publisher would become one of the countless economic casualties of war. Meanwhile, almost all of the members of the former Mises Kreis had likewise left Austria and emigrated to other countries. In their new, foreign, and uncertain environment, they paid little or no attention to it. Thus, national economy remained virtually unread. I mean, I don't sit and comment through this whole thing because otherwise it's going to take ages, but I do just find it funny that, like, you know, the Germans, Anschluss, all these different nations surrounding them that have all these very clever Jewish people that are thinking about economics, and then their economy falls to pot. Maybe you could have used some of these Jews. In their new foreign and uncertain environment, what should have been a moment of immense satisfaction and even triumph, a moment which might have brought about a shift away from the growing Keynesian, Walrasian, Marshallian consensus, and even inculcated the profession against the positivist onslaught of later decades, became for Mises a moment of tragedy and likely the lowest point in his career. 9 more years would pass until, with the publication of Human Action, Mises would reap some of the rewards that had escaped him in 1940. Yale University Press, headed by Eugene Davidson, had published Mises' Omnipotent Government and Bureaucracy in 1944, on the recommendation of Henry Hazlitt, who was then working for the New York Times as an editorial writer. The success of these works promoted Davidson to send a note to Mises in mid-November that would set the process in motion. Mises and Davidson met on Monday, December 4th at the Roosevelt Hotel for lunch and made plans for a translation of National Economy under the working title Treatise on Economics. Davidson found the idea enticing and solicited further opinions on the matter from a variety of economists and public figures. Hazlitt recommended immediate publication, as did John V. Van Sickle of Vanderbilt University. I hope you will decide on publication. Rebirth Westerfield of Yale University, a first-rate book, Hayek. The general standard of the work is of a kind that will do credit to any university press. Maclap, who with effusive praise for Mises encouraged Davidson to ignore all protests against publication. Any book, out of sympathy with a New Deal in economics, would be opposed by the same people. Harbler, however, wrote, "It is a little embarrassing for me to answer your question because Professor Mises is a good friend of mine. Please do keep the context of the letter strictly confidential. The book you're considering for translation is a very big one. It contains Professor Mises' life work in economics. It's well written and interesting, but I must say for my taste it is very extreme, and I'm pretty sure it will not be accepted in university quarters. May I suggest you ask Professor Knight of the University of Chicago for his opinion." Yale then consulted Frank H. Knight, who wrote back that Mises is no doubt the last of the great Austrian or Viennese school, since other members of comparable standing turned their scientific along with their political coats if they did not leave Austria and Germany, and started work on new problems under new auspices. It is my impression, not based on adequate knowledge, that the author's view on monetary and psycho problems are more important than those on general theory. In an addendum, Knight says he has in turn consulted Oscar Lange, one of Mises' leading opponents in the socialist calculation debate, who was surely not more in favour of the project. He thinks von Mises did some pioneering at one time in the monetary field, but that is old and long available in English. In addition, B.H. Beckhart, former student of Mises teaching at Columbia University, wrote a terse reply to Davidson. I doubt if Professor Mises' work would have a sufficiently wide sale to justify its translation or publication. Professor Mises' theories are developed rather fully in his works which have already been appeared in English. Despite the protests, Yale's Committee on Publications voted to approve the publication March 5th, 1945 under the working title National Economy, which would become Human Action, just prior to publication. The publisher received the final manuscript on October 1st, 1948. By the time the English language version appeared, circumstances were no longer conducive to an early renewal of the Austrian school. Leadership and pure economic theory had passed from Europe to the United States, in part because of the migration of many Central European economists to America. Marshallian price theory in various forms had dominated the textbook literature and undergraduate teaching in the United States since the 1920s. This dominance was strengthened by the widespread interest in the doctrine of imperfect competition in the journals. In addition, the general equilibrium approach had secured a firm foothold in the United States economics profession, with the publication of Paul Samuelson's Foundation of Economic Analysis in 1947. In the decades following the appearance of Human Action, it was left to Mises' own students, who studied him while he served as an unsalaried professor at New York University from 1945 to 1969, to take up the task of developing, propagating, and extending Austrian school theory. Preeminent among these students was Murray N. Rothbard, whose Man, Economy and State in 1962, America's Great Depression in 1963, and a long series of theoretical and historical studies prepared the groundwork for a full-scale revival of the Austrian school in the 1980s, participated by F.A. Hayek's Nobel Prize in 1974 and in the 1980s. The revival became firmly entrenched and internationalized in the 1990s with the establishment of scholarly journals dedicated to advancing Misesian economics, and a vast continuing series of papers, conference, books, teaching, seminars, and professional meetings. Human Action and National Economy have the same overall structure of 7 parts, and the bulk of the English edition consists of material directly translated from the German. However, significant differences exist. Human Action is considerably longer and contains numerous additions to its predecessor. There are also passages, sections, and chapters in National Economy which were either omitted, shortened, or significantly altered in Human Action. The most important addition in Human Action is Chapter 6, on uncertainty. This chapter does not appear in its predecessor, nor is its subject matter discussed elsewhere. Here, Mises further clarifies his earlier epistemological investigations through the introduction of the categorical distinction between apodictic certainty, the realm of praxeology, class probability, the realm of natural sciences, and case probability, the realm of history. Several commentators have noted the similarity of Mises' distinction between class probability and case probability, and that's between risk and uncertainty produced by Knight and risk, uncertainty, and profit in 1921. Yet it does not appear that Mises was influenced by Knight in this regard. Mises had long been familiar with Knight's work and had already made reference to risk, uncertainty, and profit in National Economy. In conjunction with the discussion of profit and uncertainty, rather appears more likely that Mises' Chapter 6 was stimulated and influenced by his younger brother Richard von Mises, a professor of aerodynamics and applied mathematics at Harvard University. Richard von Mises' most outstanding theoretical achievement was his contribution from 1919 onward to the frequency theory of probability. In principle, Ludwig accepted Richard's frequency interpretation of probability, but Ludwig provided a new definition of randomness and thus significantly improved upon Richard's theory. Apart from the addition of Chapter 6, all other changes or additions to Human Action from its predecessor can be described as non-substantial. Some materials reorganised, and the discussion of some subjects is expanded, or further applications are provided, and there are some changes in emphasis or perspective. Most reorganisation concerns the book's first philosophical parts, chapters 1 and 2, thus in order to account for an English-American audience and its different philosophical background and tradition. Mises completely rewrote and rearranged the material presented here. In addition, Human Action contains a new Chapter 3, Economics and the Revolt Against Reason. In National Economy, the subject matter of Chapter 9 of Human Action, the role of ideas, is discussed in a much longer chapter of the same title, Die Handel. The expansion, further applications, and changes of emphasis or perspective concern parts 3 through parts 7. And further list of the augmentations and changes and whatever else. The commercial success of Human Action exceeded both the author's and the publisher's expectations. It was published on September 14th, 1949, 3 weeks later, the press was already planning the second and even a third printing. In a memo, Chester Kerr, who later headed the press when the second edition was issued, spoke of sales of an extraordinary rate for a $10 volume of solid reading. In January 1950, it became a Book of the Month Club alternative selection. Reviews, as one might expect, were highly polarised, with the popular press treating it as the brilliant work of a genius, while academic economists Seymour E. Harris and John K. Galbraith regarded it as shockingly archaic and insufficiently pious towards the profession. John Hicks alternately praised a powerful book and mocked the book. Mises set up capitalism a god which it is sinful to touch, while Ludwig Lachmann gave Mises one of his few enthusiastic academic endorsements in the pages of Economica. A debate between Mises' student and prime defender Murray Rothbard and detractor George J. Schuller took place in the pages of the American Economic Review. Regardless of the mixed reception, and contrary to the widespread opinion that Mises surely would be the last member of the Austrian school, human action has served as the essential foundation for the huge and growing free market political movement and an academic movement of Austrian school economists, for which it continues to serve as a primary text today. Oh, thank you, Lady of Shalott in chat. That is very much appreciated. I know I'm incredibly lucky to be given such an opportunity, hence why I'm willing to sit and do this so that I can fully take advantage of it. The first edition of Human Action was continuously in print for 14 years. In February 1961, Mises initiated the second revised edition of Human Action in a letter to Ivan Beerley of the Volcker Fund, foundation that supported Mises' teaching and writing. In March, Mises wrote the publisher, "It seems to me that now, after 12 years, it is time to publish a new edition, revised in some points and slightly enlarged." He informed Yale that he could have the changes by the end of the year. Yale Press received the news with enthusiasm and waited for Mises' changes. What followed was another trial in Mises' life. The second edition went into production far later than anticipated, which left the publisher without copies of Human Action for 15 months. Mises never given galley proofs to examine before publication. When the second edition finally appeared in 1963, it was riddled with typographical errors. There were missing paragraphs and lines, duplicated lines, and even a duplicated page. There were no running heads in the pages, and the printing was variously light and dark. Despite protests, the publisher refused to accept full responsibility, which led Mises to secure the services of an attorney. In a de facto settlement, Mises never acceded to entirely. Yale distributed errata sheets and agreed to prepare a corrected third edition when the second edition sold out. The matter was finally settled when Henry Regnery worked to secure the rights for his publishing company in early 1966. He reset the book and published the third edition later that year, at which time Mises was 85 years old. Mises left no essay or speech explaining the changes, some of them substantial, made to later editions of Human Action. Original drafts of manuscripts delivered to the publisher are not available. Neither are personal notes available from Mises or the publisher, or information on the precise timing of the changes. Some changes to later editions were suggested by Mises' friend Percy L. Greaves Jr. in a memo dated October 12, 1961. For instance, Greaves suggested that Mises alter the content of paragraph 3 on page 187 dealing with German aggressiveness to apply to Russia. The paragraph was eliminated entirely. Greaves also suggested the section on International Monetary Cooperation, beginning on page 473, be brought up to date. 4 paragraphs were added to the end of the original unchanged section, referring to Emigration. Mises wrote on page 820 to 821, "Neither does it mean that there can be any question of appeasing aggressors by removing migration barriers. As conditions are today, the Americas and Australia, and admitting German, Italian, and Japanese immigrants, merely open their doors to the vanguards of hostile armies." Greaves suggesting amending this passage, but no change was made in the second edition. For the third edition, the passage is eliminated altogether and replaced with an additional paragraph calling for a philosophy of mutual cooperation to replace the view that there are irreconcilable antagonisms between groups in society. People pausing Mises' work. Shocking. Other notable changes were made to later editions, some of which cannot be considered improvements. I don't consider the one above an improvement, mind you. Pages 796 to 799 of the first edition include some cipherful remarks about the workings of German exchange controls and international barter agreements in the 1930s. These comments, cited and built upon in a later historical study of the New Deal by Rothbard, are entirely eliminated from subsequent editions. The final two paragraphs on page 563, in which Mises sheds light on the relationship between public opinion and inflationary monetary policy, are also eliminated. As a smaller matter for later editions, the section on imperfect competition was changed from the 1949 edition, and not with clarifying results. For instance, the 1949 edition includes this sentence: "The confusion which led to the idea of imperfect or monopolistic competition stems from a misinterpretation of the term control of supply." Later editions, changed the sentence to introduce the ambiguity. "Considerable confusion stems from misinterpretation of the term control of supply." On monopoly theory, the first edition contains a crucial... Sorry, just had text from someone there. On monopoly theory, the first edition contains a crucial paragraph that was eliminated in subsequent editions. A passage that elucidated how far Mises' understanding of the monopoly price was from the mainstream neoclassical view. Monopoly prices, he writes in this and later editions, are the outcomes of a deliberate design tending towards a restriction of trade. In the original edition, Mises added an additional paragraph explaining what is meant by the word deliberate. It is only the economist who can contrast the competitive price with the monopoly price. The businessman, like every other seller, only wants to realize the highest price attainable. With this passage, we gain a deeper understanding of Mises' own theory, which is closer to the Rothbardian view that in the actual operation of the free market there is no meaningful way to distinguish between a monopoly and the competitive price. Indeed, neither Mises nor Rothbard regarded their respective positions on monopolies as incompatible. One particular cause has caused considerable confusion. In section 15.6, Freedom, the original edition focuses on the necessity of curbing government power and concludes that government is by necessity the opposite of liberty, and is a guarantor of liberty and is compatible with liberty only if its range is adequately restricted to the preservation of economic freedom. Revised editions preserve this passage with only minor alterations, but add 7 wholly new paragraphs preceding it. These new paragraphs in the revised editions introduce a different focus on the necessary and specific powers of government, which appear rather expansive by Misesian standards. The maintenance of a government apparatus of courts, police officers, prison, and of armed forces requires considerable expenditure, and to levy taxes for these purposes is fully compatible with the freedom the individual enjoys in a market economy. I want to also thank John, who has just also donated a £5 to the GoFundMe. Thank you very much for that. Also, these later editions substantially alter the definition of freedom itself. In the original, Mises states, "A man is free as far as he can live and get on without being at the mercy of arbitrary decisions on the part of other people." Mises does not define arbitrary, but he appears to have in mind actions that infringe on someone's personal property without his agreement. Revised editions, in contrast, state, "We may define freedom as the state of affairs in which the individual decision choose is not constrained by governmental violence beyond the margin which the praxeological law restricts it anyway." The phrase praxeological law, meaning the law of cause and effect in human affairs, works here as a qualifier. It is so expansively applied that any government activity, however arbitrary, that is said to preserve or achieve freedom, might be deemed permissible. The original definition more specifically and stringently rules out arbitrary interventions altogether. Thus, these added passages in later editions go even further to permit conscription, and it is here we find a direct inconsistency with Mises' prior writings. In particular, the passage is at odds with Mises' defence of secession, which he elevated to the rank of a core principle of the liberal programme as explained in Nation-State Economy in 1919, and even more emphatically in Liberalism in 1927. If every person is entitled to secede from the state, then the state becomes a kind of voluntary organisation from which exit is always allowed. Accordingly, any form of conscription which would have be considered illegitimate and impermissible. Even more strikingly, however, the passage stands in contradiction to the discussion and rejection in National Economy of conscription as a species of interventionism which, according to its own internal logic, leads inevitably to socialism and total war. Military conscription, Mises wrote, leads to the compulsory public service of everyone capable of work. The Supreme Commander controls the entire people. The mobilization has become total. People in state have become part of the army. War socialism has replaced the market economy. For the list of the different revisions. I'll be honest, I was not expecting this introductory piece to be so long, but I suppose it's a nice little context for anyone that's really not familiar with the book. Human action, building on and expanding its German predecessor, transformed Austrian economics, as is understood today in a predominantly American phenomenon with a distinctly Misesian imprint, and made possible the continuation of the Austrian school after the mid-20th century. Thus, the first edition assumes an importance that extends beyond the mere historical. It reveals the issues and concerns that Mises considered primary when releasing, at the height of his intellectual powers, the most complete and integrated statement of his career. In particular, making the unchanged first edition available again retrieves important passages that were later eliminated and clarifies questions raised by unnecessary, and in some cases, unfortunate additions and revisions made to the later editions. That the original edition represents the fullest synthesis of Mises' thoughts on method, theory, and policy, and is the book that sustained the Austrian tradition and the integrity of economic science after the socialist, Keynesian, Walrasian, Marshallian, positive conquest of economic thought, is reason enough to reissue the original on its 50th anniversary, making it widely available for the first time in nearly 4 decades. A high place must be reserved in the history of economic thought, indeed in the history of idea, for Mises' masterwork. Even today, human action points away to a brighter future for the science of economies and the practice of human liberty. Oh, right. Into the actual foreword now. I also want to say thank you very much to Julia, who has just donated £20 to the fund as well. Every little bit helps. As they say, I think is at bloody Asda or Tesco or wherever it is. From the fall of 1934 until the summer of 1940, I had the privilege of occupying the chair of International Economic Relations at the Graduate Institute of International Studies in Geneva, Switzerland. In the serene atmosphere of this seat of learning, which 2 eminent scholars, Paul Manteau and William E. Rappard, had organised and conducted to direct, I set about executing an old plan of mine, to write a comprehensive treatise on economics. The book National Economy, Theories des Handelns und Wirtschaftens was published in Geneva in the gloomy days of May 1940. The present volume is not a translation of this earlier book, although the general structure has been little changed. All parts have been rewritten. To my friend Henry Hazlitt, I wish to offer my very special thanks for his kindness in reading the manuscript and giving me most valuable suggestions about it. I must also gratefully acknowledge my obligations to Mr. Arthur Goddard for linguistic and stylistic advice. I am furthermore deeply indebted to Mr. Eugene A. Davidson, editor of the Yale University Press, and to Mr. Leonard F. Reed, president of the Foundation for Economic Education, for their kind encouragement and support. I need hardly add that none of these gentlemen is either directly or indirectly responsible for any opinions contained in this work. Scroll past the contents here and we'll actually get into it. It's only taken me 40 minutes. God, I forget how many different sections there are in this book. Introduction. Economics is the youngest of all sciences. In the last 200 years, it is true that many new sciences have emerged from the disciplines familiar to the ancient Greeks. However, what happened here was merely that parts of knowledge which had already found their place in the complex of the old system of learning now became autonomous. The field of study was more nicely subdivided and treated with new methods. Hitherto unnoticed provinces were discovered in it, and people began to see things from aspects different from those of their precursors. The field itself was not expanded, but economics opened to human science a domain previously inaccessible, never thought of. the discovery of a regularity in the sequence and interdependence of market phenomena went beyond the limits of the traditional system of learning. It conveyed which could be regarded neither as logic, mathematics, psychology, physics, nor biology. Philosophers had long since been eager to ascertain the ends which God or nature was trying to realize in the course of human history. They searched for the laws of mankind's destiny and evolution, but even these thinkers, whose inquiry was free from any theological tendency, failed utterly in these endeavours because they were committed to a faulty method. They dealt with humanity as a whole, or with other holistic conceptions like nation, race, or church. They set up quite arbitrarily the ends to which the behaviour of such wholes is bound to lead, but they could not satisfactorily answer the question regarding what factors compelled the various acting individuals to behave in such a way that the goal aimed at by the whole's inexorable evolution was attained. They had recourse to desperate shifts, miraculous interference of the deity either by revelation or by the delegation of God-sent prophets and the consecrated leaders, pre-established harmony, predestination, or the operation of a mystic and fabulous world soul or national soul. Others spoke of a cunning of nature, which implanted in man impulses driving him unwittingly along precisely the path nature wanted him to take. Other philosophers were more realistic. They did not try to guess the designs of nature or God. They looked at human things from the point of view of government. They were intent upon establishing rules of political action, a technique, as it were, of government and statesmanship. Speculative minds drew ambitious plans for a thorough reform and reconstruction of society. The more modest were satisfied with a collection and systemization of the data of historical experience. But all were fully convinced that there is in the course of social events no such regularity and invariance of phenomena as has already been found in the operation of human reasoning and in the sequence of natural phenomena. They did not search for the laws of social cooperation because they thought that man could organise society as he pleased. If social conditions did not fulfil the wishes of the reformers, if their utopias proved unrealisable, the fault was seen in the moral failure of man. Social problems were considered ethical problems. What was needed in order to construct the ideal society, they thought, was good princes and virtuous citizens. With righteous men, any utopia might be realised. The discovery of the inescapable interdependence of market phenomena overthrew this opinion. Bewildered, people had to face a new view of society. They learned with stupefaction that there is another aspect from which human action might be viewed than that of good and bad, of fair and unfair, of just and unjust. In the course of social events, there prevails a regularity of phenomena to which man must adjust his action if he wishes to succeed. It is futile to approach social facts with the attitude of a censor who approves or disapproves from the point of view of quite arbitrary standards and subjective judgments of value. One must study the laws of human action and social cooperation as the physicist studies the laws of nature. Human action and social cooperation, seen as the object of a science of given relations, no longer as a normative discipline of things that ought to be. This was a revolution of tremendous consequences for knowledge and philosophy as well as for social action. For more than 100 years, however, the effects of this radical change in the methods of reasoning were greatly restricted because people believed they referred only to a narrow segment of the total field of human action, namely to market phenomena. Thus classical economists met in the purpose of their investigation an obstacle which they failed to remove, the apparent antinomy of value. Their theory of value was defective, and forced them to restrict the scope of their science. Until the late 19th century, political economy remained a science of the economic aspects of human action. A theory of wealth and selfishness, it dealt with human action only to the extent that it was actuated by what was, very unsatisfactorily, described as the profit motive, and it asserted that there is in addition other human action whose treatment and the task of is the task of other disciplines. The transformation of thought which the classical economists had initiated was brought to its consummation only by modern subjectivist economics, which converted the theory of market prices into a general theory of human choice. For a long time, men failed to realize that the transition From the classical theory of value to the subjective theory of value was much more than the substitution of a more satisfactory theory of market exchange for a less satisfactory one. The general theory of choice and preference goes far beyond the horizon which encompassed the scope of economic problems as circumscribed by the economists from Cantillon, Hume, and Adam Smith down to John Stuart Mill. It is much more than merely a theory of the economic side of human endeavours and of man's striving for commodities and an improvement in his material well-being. It is the science of every kind of human action. Choosing determines all human decisions. In making his choice, man chooses not only between various material things and services. All human values are offered for option. All ends and all services. All ends and all means, both material and ideal issues, the sublime and the base, the noble and the ignoble, are ranged in a single row and subjected to the decision which picks out the one thing and sets aside another. Nothing that men aim at or want to avoid remains outside of this arrangement into a unique scale of graduation and preference. The modern theory of value widens the scientific horizon and enlarges the field of economic studies. Out of the political economy of the classical scale emerges the general theory of human action, Praxeology. The economic or catalytic problems are embedded in a more general science and can no longer be severed from this connection. No treatment of economic problems proper can avoid starting from acts of choice. Economics becomes a part, although hitherto best elaborated part, of a more universal science, Praxeology. Oh, excuse me. In the new science, everything seemed to be problematic. It was a stranger in the traditional system of knowledge. People were perplexed and did not know how to classify it and how to assign its proper place. But on the other hand, they were convinced that the inclusion of economics in the catalogue of knowledge did not require a rearrangement or expansion of the total scheme. They considered their catalogue system complete. If economics did not fit into it, the fault could rest only with the unsatisfactory treatment that the economists applied to their problems. It is a complete misunderstanding of the meaning of the debates concerning the essence, scope, and logical character of economics to dismiss them as a scholastic quibbling of pedantic professors. It is a widespread misconception that while pedants squandered useless talk about the most appropriate method of procedure, economics itself, indifferent to these idle disputes, went quietly on its way, and the method to strike between the Austrian economists and the Prussian historical school, the self-styled intellectual bodyguard of the House of Hohenzollern, and the discussions between the school of John Bates Clark and American institutionalism was much more was at the stake than the question of what kind of procedure was the most fruitful one. The real issue was the epistemological foundations of the science of human action and its logical legitimacy. Starting from an epistemological system to which praxeological thinking was strange, and from a logic which acknowledged as scientific, besides logic and mathematics, only the empirical natural sciences and history. Many authors tried to deny the value and usefulness of economic theory. Historicism aimed at replacing it by economic history. Positivism recommended the substitution of an illusory social science, which should adopt the logical structures and pattern of Newtonian mechanics. Both these schools agreed in a radical rejection of all the achievements of economic thought. It was impossible for the economists to keep silent in the face of all these attacks. The radicalism of this wholesale condemnation of economics was very soon surpassed by a still more universal nihilism. From time immemorial, men in thinking, speaking, and acting had taken the uniformity and immutability of the logical structure of the human mind as an unquestionable fact. All scientific inquiry was based on this assumption. In the discussions about the epistemological character of economics, writers for the first time in human history denied this proposition too. Marxism asserts that a man's thinking is determined by his class affiliation. Every social class has a logic of its own. The product of the thought cannot be anything else than an ideological disguise of the selfish class interests of the thinker. It is the task of a sociology of knowledge to unmask philosophies and scientific theories and to expose their ideological emptiness. Economics is a bourgeois makeshift. The economists are sycophants of capital. Only the classless society of the socialist utopia will substitute truth for ideological lies. This polylogism was later taught in various other forms. Also, historicism asserts that the logical structure of human thought and action is liable to change in the course of human evolution. Racial polylogism assigns to each race a logic of its own. Finally, there is irrationalism, contending that reason as such is not fit to elucidate the irrational factors that determine human behaviour. Such doctrines go far beyond the limits of economics, question not only economics and praxeology, but all other human knowledge and human reasoning in general. They refer to mathematics and physics as well to economics. It seems therefore that the task of refuting them does not fall to any single branch of knowledge, but to epistemology and philosophy. This furnishes apparent justification for the attitude of those economists who quietly continue their studies without bothering about epistemological problems and the objections raised by polylogism and irrationalism. The physicist does not mind if somebody stigmatizes his theories as bourgeois, Western, or Jewish, and the same way the economist should ignore detraction and slander. He should let the dogs bark and pay no heed to their yelping. It is seemly for him to remember Spinoza's dictum. I think more Latin than I'm willing to read out at this current moment. However, the situation is not quite the same with regard to economics, as it is with mathematics and the natural sciences. Polylogism and irrationalism attack praxeology and economics. Although they formulate their statements in a general way to refer to all branches of knowledge, it is the sciences of human action that they really have view. They say that it is an illusion to believe that the scientific research can achieve results valid for people of all eras, races, and social classes, and that they take pleasure in disparaging certain physical and biological theories as bourgeois or Western. But if the solution of practical problems requires the application of these stigmatized doctrines, they forgot their criticism. The technology of Soviet Russia utilizes without scruple all the results of the bourgeois physics, chemistry, and biology, just as if they were valid for all classes. The Nazi engineers and physicians did not disdain to utilize their theories, discoveries, inventions of people of inferior races and nations. The behavior of people in all races, nations, religions, linguistic groups, and social classes clearly proves that they do not endorse the doctrines of polylogism and irrationalism as far as logic, mathematics, and the natural sciences are concerned. But it is quite different with praxeology and economics. The main motive for the development of the doctrines of polylogism, historicism, and irrationalism was to provide a justification for disregarding the teachings of economics and the determination of the economic policies. The socialists, racists, nationalists, and etatists failed in their endeavours to refute the theories of the economists and to demonstrate the correctness of their own spurious doctrines. It was precisely this frustration that prompted them to negate the logical and epistemological principles upon which all human reasoning, both in mundane activities and in science research, is founded. God, my tea's gone cold. I need to get some water in a minute. It is not permissible to dispose of these objections merely on the ground of the political motives which inspire them. No scientist is entitled to assume beforehand that disapprobation of his theories must be unfounded because his critics are imbued by passion and party bias. He is bound to reply to every censure without any regard to his underlying motives or its background. It is no less impermissible to keep silent in the face of the often. Sorry, I just lost where I was there. Listen, person to keep silent in the face of the often asserted opinion that the theorems of economics are valid only under hypothetical assumptions never realised in life, and that they are therefore useless for the mental grasp of reality. It is strange that some schools seem to approve of this opinion and nonetheless quietly proceed to draw their curves and formulate their equations. They do not bother about the meaning of their reasoning and about its reference to the world of real life and action. This is, of course, an untenable attitude. The first task of every scientific inquiry is the exhaustive description and definition of all conditions and assumptions under which its various statements claim validity. It is a mistake to set up physics as a model and pattern for economic research, but those committed to this fallacy should have learned one thing at least, that no physicist ever believed that the clarification of some of the assumptions and conditions of physical theorems is outside the scope of physical research. The main question that economics is bound to answer is what the relation of its statements is to the reality of human action, whose mental grasp is the objective of economic studies. Oh, breath for a second there. It therefore devolves upon economics to deal thoroughly with the assertion that its teachings are valid only for the capitalist system of the short-lived and already vanished liberal period of Western civilization. It is incumbent upon no branch of learning other than economics to examine all the objections raised from various points of view against the usefulness of statements of economic theory for the elucidation of the problems of human action. The system of economic thought must be built up in such a way that its proof against any criticism on part of rationalism, historicism, panphysicalism, behaviorism, and all varieties of polylogism. It is an intolerable state of affairs that while new arguments are daily advanced to demonstrate the absurdity and futility of the endeavours of economics, the economists pretend to ignore all this. It is no longer enough to deal with the economic problems within the traditional framework. It is necessary to build the theory of catalactics upon the solid foundation of a general theory of human action, praxeology. This procedure will not only secure against many fallacious criticisms, but clarify many problems hitherto not even adequately seen. Still less satisfactorily solved, there is, especially, the fundamental problem of economic calculation. 3. Economic theory and practice of human action. It is customary for many people to blame economics for being backwards. Now, it was quite obvious that our economic theory is not perfect. There is no such thing as perfection in human knowledge, nor for that matter in any other human achievement. Omniscience is denied to man. The most elaborate theory that seems to satisfy completely our thirst for knowledge may one day be amended or supplanted by a new theory. Science does not give us absolute and final certainty. It only gives us assurance within the limits of our mental abilities and prevailing state of scientific thought. A scientific system is but one station in an endlessly progressing search for knowledge. It is necessarily affected by the insufficiency inherent in every human effort. But to acknowledge these facts does not mean that present-day economics is backwards. It merely means that economics is a living thing, and to live implies both imperfection and change. The reproach of an alleged backwardness is raised against economics from two different points of view. There are, on the one hand, some naturalists and physicists who censure economics for not being a naturalist science and not applying the methods and procedures of the laboratory. It is one of the tasks of this treatise to explode the fallacy of such ideas. In these introductory remarks, it may be enough to say a few words about their psychological background. It is common with the narrow-minded people to reflect upon every respect in which other people differ from themselves. The camel in the fable takes exception to all other animals for not having a hump, and the Ruritanian criticises the Laputanian for not being a Ruritanian. The research worker in the laboratory considers it as the sole worthy home of inquiry, and differential equations is the only sound method of expressing the results of scientific thought. He's simply incapable of seeing the epistemological problems of human action. For him, economics cannot be seen anything but a form of mechanics. Well, also thank you very much to Matteo for donating a $5 towards the fund as well. Then there are the people who assert that something must be wrong with the social sciences because social conditions are unsatisfactory. The natural sciences have achieved amazing results in the last 2 or 300 years, and the practical utilisation of these results has succeeded in improving the general standard of living to an unprecedented extent. But, say these critics, the social sciences have utterly failed in the task of rendering social conditions more satisfactory. They have not stamped out misery and starvation, economic crises, unemployment, war, and tyranny. They are sterile and have contributed nothing to the promotion of happiness and human welfare. These grumblers do not realise that the tremendous progress of technological methods of production and resulting increase in wealth and welfare were feasible only through the pursuit of those liberal policies, which were the practical application of the teachings of economics. It was the ideas of the classical economists that removed the checks imposed by age-old laws, customs, and prejudices upon technological improvement and freed the genius of reformers and innovators from the straitjackets of the guilds, government tutelage, and social pressure of various kinds. It was they that reduced the prestige of conquerors and expropriators and demonstrated the social benefits derived from business activity. None of the great modern inventions would have been put to use if the mentality of the pre-capitalistic era had not been thoroughly demolished by the economist. What is commonly called the Industrial Revolution was an offspring of the ideological revolution brought about by the doctrines of the economists. The economists exploded the old tenets that it is unfair and unjust to outdo a competitor by producing better and cheaper goods. That it is inquisitious to deviate from the traditional methods of production, that machines are an evil because they bring about unemployment. This is one of the tasks of civil government to prevent efficient businessmen from getting rich and to protect the less efficient against the competition of the more efficient. That to restrict the freedom of entrepreneurs by government compulsion or by coercion on the part of other social powers is an appropriate means to promote a nation's well-being. British political economy and French physiocracy were the pacemakers of modern capitalism. It is they that made it possible the progress of natural sciences that has helped benefits upon the masses, or heaped benefits upon the masses, sorry. What is wrong with our age is precisely the widespread ignorance of the role which these policies of economic freedom played in the technical evolution of the last 200 years. People fell prey to the fallacy that the improvement in the methods of production was contemporaneous with the policy of laissez-faire only by accident. Deluded by Marxian myths, they consider modern industrialism an outcome of the operation of mysterious productive forces that do not depend in any way on ideological factors. Classical economics, they believe, was not a factor in the rise of capitalism, but rather its product, its ideological superstructure, i.e., a doctrine designed to defend the unfair claims of the capitalist exploiters. Hence, the abolition of capitalism and the substitution of socialist totalitarianism for a market economy. And free enterprise would not impair the further progress of technology. It would, on the contrary, promote technological improvement by removing the obstacles which the selfish interests of the capitalist place in its way. The characteristic feature of this age of destructive wars and social disintegration is the revolt against economics. Thomas Carlyle branded economics a dismal science, and Karl Marx stigmatized economists as the sycophants of the bourgeoisie. Quacks, praising their patent medicines and shortcuts to the earthly paradise, take pleasure in scorning economics as orthodox and reactionary. Demagogues pride themselves on what they call their victories over economics. The practical man boasts of his contempt for economics and his ignorance of the teachings of the armchair economists. The economic policies of the last decade have been the outcome of a mentality that scoffs at any variety of sound economic theory and glorifies the spurious doctrine of its detractors. What is called orthodox economics is, and in most countries, barred from the universities and is virtually unknown to the leading statesmen, politicians, and writers. They blame for the unsatisfactory state of economic affairs can certainly not be placed upon a science which both rulers and masses despise and ignore. It must be emphasized that the destiny of modern civilization as developed by white people in the last 200 years is inseparably linked with the fate of economic science. This civilization was able to spring into existence because the people were dominated by ideas which were the application of the teaching of economics to the problem of economic policy. It will and must perish if the nations continue to pursue the course which they entered upon under the spell of doctrines rejecting economic thinking. It is true that economics is a theoretical science and as such abstains from any judgment of value. It is not its task to tell people what ends they should aim at. It is a science of the means to be applied for the attainment of ends chosen, not, to be sure, a science of the choosing of ends. Ultimate decisions, the valuations, and the choosing of ends are beyond the scope of any science. Science never tells a man how he should act. It merely shows how a man must act if he wants to attain definite ends. It seems to many people that this is very little indeed, and as science is limited to the investigation of the is and unable to express a judgment of value about the highest and ultimate ends is of no importance for life in action. This too is a mistake. However, the exposure of this mistake is not a task of these introductory remarks, it is one of the ends of the treatise itself. It was necessary to make these preliminary remarks in order to explain why the treatise places economic problems within the broad within the broad frame of general theory of human action. At the present stage, both of economic thinking and of political discussions concerning the fundamental issues of social organisation. It is no longer feasible to isolate the treatment of catalytic problems proper. These problems are only a segment of a general science of human action and must be dealt with as such. Part 1. Human action, acting man. Purposeful action and animal reaction. Human action is purposeful behaviour, or we may say action is will put into operation and transformed into an agency, is aiming at ends and goals, and is the ego's meaningful response to stimuli and to the conditions of its environment, is a person's conscious adjustment to the state of the universe that determines his life. Such paraphrases may clarify the definition given and prevent possible misinterpretation, but the definition itself is adequate and does not need complement or commentary. Conscious or purposeful behaviour is in sharp contrast to unconscious behaviour, i.e., the reflexes and the involuntary responses of the body's cell and nerves to stimuli. People are sometimes prepared to believe that the boundaries between conscious behaviour and the involuntary reaction of the forces operating within man's body are more or less indefinite. This is correct only as far as it is sometimes not easy to establish whether concrete behaviour is to be considered voluntary or involuntary, but the distinction between consciousness and unconsciousness is nonetheless sharp and can be clearly determined. The unconscious behaviour of the bodily organs and cells is for the acting ego no less a datum than any other fact of the external world. Acting man must take into account all that goes on within his own body as well as other data, e.g. the weather or the attitudes of his neighbours. There is, of course, a margin within which purposeful behaviour has the power to neutralise the working of the bodily factors. It is feasible, within certain limits, to get the body under control. Man can sometimes succeed through the power of his will in overcoming sickness and compensating for the innate or acquired insufficiency of his physical constitution, or in suppressing reflexes as far as this is possible. The field of purposeful action is extended if a man abstains from controlling the involuntary reaction of cells and nerve centres, although he would be in a position to do so. His behaviour is from our point of view, purposeful. What is this? This stream, as much as you're asking Scrump and I'm here, is as I've mentioned a number of times now, is an attempt to do some sort of telethon fundraiser event to make it easier for me to get over to the Mises Institute in July this year. So if you want to help me in that process, please look at the pinned link in the chat and the link in the description as well. The field of our science is human action, not the psychological events which result in an action. It is precisely this which distinguishes the general theory of human action, praxeology, from psychology. The theme of psychology is the internal events that result or can result in an indefinite action. The theme of praxeology is action as such. This also settles the relation of praxeology to the psychoanalytical concept of the subconscious. Psychoanalysis too is psychology and does not investigate action but the forces and factors that impel a man towards a definite action. The psychoanalytical subconscious is a psychological and not a praxeological category. Whether an action stems from clear deliberation or from forgotten memories and suppressed desires, from which submerged regions, as it were, direct the will, does not influence the nature of the action. The murderer whom a subconscious rage, or urge, the id, drives towards his crime, and the neurotic whose aberrant behaviour seems to be simply meaningless to an untrained observer, both act. They, like anybody else, are aiming at certain ends. It is the merit of psychoanalysis that it has demonstrated that even the behaviour of neurotics and psychopaths is meaningful. They too act and aim at ends, although we who consider ourselves normal and sane call the reasoning determining their choice of ends nonsensical, and the means they choose for the attainment of these ends contrary to purpose. The term unconscious is used by praxeology and the term subconscious is used by psychoanalysis, belong to two different systems of thought and research. Praxeology, no less than other branches of knowledge, owes much to psychoanalysis. The more necessary as it is then to become aware of the line which separates praxeology from psychoanalysis. I'm afraid GoFundMe and Streamlabs are really the only sources we have at the moment. Yes, GoFundMe doesn't take too much of a cut though, I don't think, or at least shouldn't, if that's what your concern is. Otherwise, I'm not too sure. I mean, ideally, I would like to use some other sort of dissident platform for doing that whole kind of thing, but for the sake of setting up in short order and not having something which I need to manage or my bank is going to complain to me about, GoFundMe, I'm afraid, is the way to go. Anyway. Action is not simply giving preference. Man also shows preference in situations in which things and events are unavoidable or are believed to be so. My concern is I don't like giving money to evil companies if I can help it. Yeah, but the majority goes towards me going to the Mises Institute, so surely the good outweighs the bad there. I would hope. As far as looking at entropy stuff, that's Scrump's behalf. That sort of thing. I'm not really familiar or sure how to run those kind of things. Oh yeah, just all companies are evil. Let's put it that way. Thus, a man may prefer sunshine to rain, and may wish that the sun would dispel the clouds. He who only wishes He who only wishes and hopes does not interfere actively with the course of events and with the shaping of his own destiny, but acting man chooses, determines, and tries to reach an end. Of two things both of which he cannot have together, he selects one and gives up the other. Action therefore always involves both taking and renunciation. To express wishes and hopes and to announce planned action may be forms of action insofar as they aim in themselves at the realization of a certain purpose. But they must not be confused with confused with the actions to which they refer. They are not identical with the actions they announce, recommend, or reject. Action is a real thing. What counts is a man's total behaviour and not his talk about planned but not realised acts. On the other hand, action must be clearly distinguished from the application of labour. Action means the employment of means for the attainment of ends. As a rule, one of the means employed is the acting man's labour. But this is not always the case. Under special conditions, a word is all that is needed. He who gives orders to interdictions may act without any expenditure of labour. To talk or not to talk, to smile or to remain serious may be action. To consume and to enjoy are no less action than to abstain from excessive consumption and enjoyment. Praxeology, consequently, does not distinguish between active or energetic and passive or indolent man. The vigorous man industriously striving for the improvement of his condition acts neither more or less than the lethargic man who sluggishly takes things as they come. For to do nothing and to be idle are also action. They too determine the course of events. Whatever the conditions for human interferences are present, man acts no matter whether he interferes or refrains from interfering. He who endures what he could change acts no less than he who interferes in order to attain another result. A man who abstains from influencing the operation of psychological and instinctive factors which he could influence also acts. Action is not only doing, but no less omitting to do what possibly could be done. We may say that action is the manifestation of a man's will, but this would not add anything to our knowledge, for the term will means nothing else than the man's faculty to choose between different states of affairs. To prefer one, to set aside the other, and to behave according to the decision made in aiming at the chosen state and forsaking the other. 2. The prerequisites of human action. We shall call contentment or satisfaction that state of a human being which does not and cannot result in any action. Acting man is eager to substitute a more satisfactory state of affairs for a less satisfactory. His mind imagines conditions which suit him better, and his action aims at bringing about the desired state. The incentive that impels a man to act is always some uneasiness. A man perfectly content with the state of affairs would have no incentive to change things. He would have neither wishes nor desires. He would be perfectly happy. He would not act, he would simply live free from care. But to make a man act, uneasiness and the image of a more satisfactory state alone are not sufficient. A third condition is required: the expectation that purposeful behaviour has the purpose to remove or at least to alleviate the felt uneasiness. In the absence of this condition, no action is feasible. Man must yield to the inevitable, he must submit to destiny. These are the general conditions of human action. Man is the being that lives under these conditions. He's not only Homo sapiens, but no less Homo agens. Being of human descent who either from birth or from acquired defects are unchangeably unfit for any action in the strict sense of the term and not only in the legal sense, are practically not human. Although the statutes and biology consider them to be men, they lack the essential feature of humanity. The newborn child, too, is not an acting being. It is not yet gone, the whole way from conception to the full development of its human qualities, but at the end of this evolution it becomes an acting being. On happiness. In colloquial speech, we call a man happy who has succeeded in attaining his ends. A more adequate description of this state would be that he is happier than he was before. There is, however, no valid objection to usage that defines human action as a striving for happiness, but we must avoid current misunderstandings. The ultimate goal of human action is always the satisfaction of the acting man's desires. There is no standard of greater or lesser satisfaction other than individual judgments of value, different for various people and for the same people at various times. What makes a man feel uneasy and less uneasy is established by him from the standards of his own will and judgment, from his personal and subjective valuation. Nobody is in a position to decree which should make a fellow man happier. To establish this fact does not refer in any way to the antithesis of egoism and altruism, of materialism and idealism, of individualism and collectivism, of atheism and religion. There are people whose only aim is to improve the conditions of their own ego. There are other people with whom awareness of the troubles of their fellow man causes as much uneasiness as, or even more uneasiness than their own wants. There are people who desire nothing but the satisfaction of their appetites for sexual intercourse, food, drinks, fine homes, and other material things. But other men care more for satisfactions commonly called higher and ideal. There are individuals eager to adjust their actions to the requirements of social cooperation. There are, on the other hand, refractory people who defy the rules of social life. There are people for whom the ultimate goal of the earthly pilgrimage is the preparation for a life of bliss. There are other people who do not believe in the teachings of any religion and do not allow their actions to be influenced by them. Praxeology is indifferent to the ultimate goals of action. Its findings are valid for all kinds of action, irrespective of the ends aimed at. It is a science of means, not of ends. It applies the term happiness in a purely formal sense. In the praxeological terminology, the proposition man's unique aim is to attain happiness is tautological. It does not imply any statement about the state of affairs from which man expects happiness. The idea that the incentive of human activity is always some uneasiness, and its aim always to remove such uneasiness as far as possible, that is, to make the acting man feel happier, is the essence of the teaching of eudaimonism and hedonism. Epicurean, I'm not sure what that word is, but it's Greek, is the state of perfect happiness and contentment at which all human activity aims without ever wholly attaining it. In the face of grandeur of this cognition, it is of little avail only that many representatives of this philosophy failed to recognize the purely formal character of the notions pain and pleasure and give them a material and carnal meaning. The theological, mystical, and other schools of a heteronomous ethic did not shake the core of Epicureanism because they could not raise any other objection than its neglect of the higher and nobler pleasures. It is true that the writings of many earlier champions of eudaimonism, hedonism, and utilitarianism are in some points open to misinterpretation, but the language of modern philosophers, and still more that of modern economists, is so precise and straightforward that no misinterpretation can easily occur, or can possibly occur, sorry. One does not further, on instincts and impulses. One does not further the comprehension of the fundamental problem of human action by the methods of instinct sociology. The school classifies the various concrete goals of human action and assigns to each class a special instinct as its motive. Man appears as a being driven by various innate instincts and dispositions. It is assumed that this explanation demolishes once and for all the odious teachings of economics and utilitarian ethics. However, Feuerbach has already justly observed that every instinct is an instinct to happiness. The method of instinct psychology and instinct sociology consists in an arbitrary classification of the immediate goals of action and a hypostasis of each. Whereas praxeology says that the goal of an action is to remove a certain uneasiness, instinct psychology says it's the satisfaction of an instinctive urge. Many champions of the instinct school are convinced that they have proved that action is not determined by reason, but stems from the profound depths of innate forces, impulses, instincts, and dispositions which are not open to any rational elucidation. They are certain that they have succeeded in exposing the shallowness of rationalism and disparage economics as a tissue of false conclusions drawn from false psychological assumptions. Yet rationalism, praxeology, and economics do not deal with the ultimate springs and goals of action, but with the means applied for the attainment of an end sought. However unfathomable the depths may be from which an impulse or instinct emerges, the means which man chooses for its satisfaction are determined by a rational consideration of expense and success. He who acts under an impulse or an emotional impulse also acts. What distinguishes an emotional action from other actions is the valuation of input and output. Emotions disarrange valuations. Inflamed with passion, man sees the goal as more desirable and the price he has to pay for it is less burdensome than he would in cool deliberation. Men have never doubted that even in a state of emotion, means and ends are pondered and that it is possible to influence the outcome of this deliberation by rendering more costly the yielding to the passionate impulse. To punish criminal offences committed in a state of emotional incitement or intoxication more mildly than other offences is tantamount to encouraging such excesses. Threat of severe retaliation does not fail to deter even people driven by seemingly irresistible passion. I believe I'm going to quickly take a break for a few minutes while I go to the toilet and grab myself some water. So I will leave you with my. Let's see. Where am I going here? Yes, here's my choice intermission image that you can all bear witness to. Right, I will be back in a few minutes. Right, that's better. I have to admit, I have a slightly dodgy stomach today, so I might need to run off a couple of times, but I will endeavour to stick through it anyway, because that's, strive for the higher ideals and all that, and I just hope everyone didn't leave while I was at the toilet. Well, he who acts under an emotional impulse also acts. What distinguishes an emotional action from other actions is the valuation of input and output. Emotions disarrange valuations. Inflamed with passion, man sees. Oh yeah, sorry, I've just done that passage. We interpret animal behaviour on the assumption that the animal yields to the impulse which prevails at that moment. As we observe that the animal feeds, cohabits, and attacks other animals or men, we speak of its instincts of nourishment, of reproduction, and of aggression. We assume that such. Didn't leave, I just arrived. Chad. As we observe that the animal feeds, cohabits, and attacks other animals or men, we speak of its instincts of nourishment, of reproduction, and of aggression. We assume that such instincts are innate and preemptorily ask for satisfaction. But it is different with man. Man is not a being who cannot help yielding to the impulse that most urgently asks for satisfaction. Man is a being capable of subduing his instincts, emotions, and impulses. He can rationalize his behavior. He renounces the satisfaction of a burning impulse in order to satisfy other desires. He is not a puppet of his appetites. A man does not ravish every female that stirs his senses. He does not devour every piece of food that entices him. He does not knock down every fellow he would like to kill. He arranges his wishes and desires into a scale he chooses. In short, he acts. What distinguishes man from beasts is precisely that he adjusts his behavior deliberately. Man is the being that has inhibitions, that can master his impulses and desires, that has the power to suppress instinctive desires and impulses. It may happen that an impulse emerges with such vehemence that no disadvantage which its satisfactions may cause appears great enough to prevent the individual from satisfying it. In this case, too, there is choosing. Man decides in favour of yielding to the desire concerned. Section 3. Human action is an ultimate given. Since time immemorial, Since the time immemorial, men have been eager to know the prime mover, the cause of all being and of all change, the ultimate substance from which everything stems and which is the cause of itself. Science is more modest. It is aware of the limits of the human mind, of the human search for knowledge. It aims at tracing back every phenomenon to its cause. But it realizes these endeavors must necessarily strike against insurmountable walls. There are phenomena which cannot be analysed and traced back to other phenomena. They are the ultimate given. The progress of scientific research may succeed in demonstrating that something previously considered as an ultimate given can be reduced to components, but there will always be some irreducible and unanalysable phenomena, some ultimate given. Monism teaches that there is one ultimate substance. Dualism, that there are two. Pluralism, that there are many. There is no point in quarrelling about these problems. Such metaphysical disputes are interminable. The present state of our knowledge does not provide the means to solve them with an answer which every reasonable man must consider satisfactory. Materialist monism contends that human thoughts and volitions are the product of the operation of bodily organs, the cells of the brain and the nerves. Human thought, will, and action are solely brought about by the material processes which one day will be completely explained by the methods of physical and chemical inquiry. This too is a metaphysical hypothesis, although its supporters consider it as an unshakable and undeniable scientific truth. Various doctrines have been advanced to explain the relation between mind and body. All that can be said with certainty is that there are relations between mental and physiological processes. With regard to the nature and operation of this connection, we know little, if anything. Concrete value judgments and definite human actions are not open to further analysis. We may fairly assume or believe that they are absolutely dependent upon and conditioned by their causes, as long as we do not know how external facts, physical and physiological, produce in a human mind definitive thoughts and volitions resulting in concrete acts. We have to face an insurmountable methodological dualism. In the present state of our knowledge, the fundamental statements of positivism, monism, and panphysicalism are mere metaphysical postulates devoid of any scientific foundation, and both meaningless and useless for scientific research. Reason and experience show us two separate realms: the external world of physical, chemical, and physiological phenomena, and the internal world of thought, feeling, valuation, and purposeful action. No bridge connects, as far as we can see today, the two spheres. Identical external events result in sometimes in different human responses, and different external events produce sometimes the same human response. We do not know why. In the face of this state of affairs, we cannot help withholding judgment on the essential statements of monism and materialism. We may or may not believe that the natural sciences will succeed one day in explaining the production of definite ideas, judgments of value, and actions in the same way they explain the production of a chemical compound as a necessary and unavoidable outcome of a certain combination of elements. In the meantime, we are bound to acquiesce in a methodological dualism. Human action is one of the agencies bringing about change. It is an element of cosmic activity and becoming. Therefore, it is a legitimate object of scientific investigation. As, at least under present conditions, it cannot be traced back to its causes, it must be considered as an ultimate given and must be studied as such. It is true that the changes brought about by human action are but trifling when compared with the effects of the operation of the great cosmic forces. From the point of view of eternity and the infinite universe, man is an infinitesimal speck. But for man, human action and its vicissitudes are the real thing. Action is the essence of his nature and existence, his means of preserving his life and raising himself above the level of animals and plants. However perishable and evanescent all human efforts may be, for man and for human science, they are of primary importance. 4. Rationality and irrationality, subjectivism and objectivity of praxeological research. Hello, Mr. Michael Fox. What indeed is up, boys? I believe it's Wednesday, my dudes, is the correct answer to that question. Human action is necessarily always rational. The term rational action is therefore pleonastic and must be rejected as such. When applied to the ultimate ends of action, the terms rational and irrational are inappropriate and meaningless. The ultimate end of action is always the satisfaction of some desires of the acting man. Since nobody is in a position to substitute his own value judgment for those of the acting individual, it is vain to pass judgment on other people's aims and volitions. No man is qualified to declare what would make another man happier or less discontented. The critic either tells us what he believes he would aim at if he were in the place of his fellow, or, in dictatorial arrogance, blithely disposing of his fellow's will and aspirations, declares what conditions of this other man would be better suit himself, the critic. It is usual to call an action irrational if it aims at the expense of material and tangible advantages at the attainment of ideal or higher satisfactions. In this sense, people say, for instance, sometimes with approval, sometimes with disapproval, that a man who sacrifices life, health, or wealth to the attainment of higher goods, like fidelity to his religious, philosophical, and political convictions, or the freedom and flowering of his nation, is motivated by irrational considerations. However, the striving after these higher ends is neither more nor less rational or irrational than that after other human ends. However, the striving after these higher ends is neither more nor less rational or irrational than that after other human ends. It is a mistake to assume that the desire to procure the bare necessities of life and health is more rational, natural, or justified than the striving after other goods or amenities. It is true that the appetite for food and warmth is common to men and other mammals, and that as a rule, a man who lacks food and shelter concentrates his efforts upon the satisfaction of these urgent needs, and does not care much for other things. The impulse to live, to preserve one's own life, take advantage of every opportunity of strengthening one's vital forces is a primal feature of life, present in every living being. However, to yield to this impulse is not for man an inevitable necessity. While all other animals are unconditionally driven by the impulse to preserve their own lives and by the impulse of proliferation, man has the power to master even these impulses. He can control both his sexual desire and his will to live. He can give up his life on the conditions under which alone he can preserve it seem intolerable. Man is capable of dying for a cause or of committing suicide. To live is for man the outcome of a choice, of a judgment of value. It is the same with the desire to live in affluence. The very existence of ascetics and of men who renounce material gains for the sake of clinging to their convictions and of preserving their dignity and self-respect is evidence that the striving after more tangible amenities is not inevitable but the result of a choice. Of course, the immense majority prefer life to death and wealth to poverty. It is arbitrary to consider only the satisfaction of the body's physiological needs as natural and therefore rational, and everything else as artificial and therefore irrational. It is the characteristic feature of human nature that man seeks not only food, shelter, and cohabitation like all our other animals, but that he aims also at other kinds of satisfaction. Man has specifically human desires and needs which we may call higher than those which he has in common with other mammals. When applied to the means chosen for the attainment of ends, the terms rational and irrational imply a judgment upon the expediency and adequacy of the procedure employed. Critic approves or disapproves of the method from the point of view of whether or not it is best suited to attain the end in question. It is a fact that human reason is not infallible, and that man very often errs in selecting and applying means. An action unsuited to the end sought falls short of expectation. It is contrary to purpose, but it is contrary to purpose, but it is rational, i.e., that the outcome of a reasonable, although faulty, deliberation and attempt, although an ineffectual attempt, to attain a definite goal. The doctors who 100 years ago employed certain methods for the treatment of cancer which our contemporary doctors reject were, from the point of view of present-day pathology, badly instructed and therefore inefficient. But they did not act irrationally. They did their best. It is probable in 100 years more, doctors will have more efficient methods at hand for the treatment of this disease. They will be more efficient, but not more rational than our physicians. The opposite of action is not irrational behaviour, but a reactive response to stimuli on the part of the bodily organs. Thank you to Ratface for the $2 super chat. They've been digging your streams. HE and MES are great. Yeah, Man Economy and State is. I have a big scholarship edition copy sitting downstairs, all 1,600 pages of it or so. I will hopefully read that at some point this year. I'm not too sure, but we'll get to it. To the same stimulus, man can, under certain conditions, respond by reactive response and by action. If a man absorbs a poison, the organs react by setting up their forces of antidotal defense. In addition, action may interfere by applying counterpoison. With regard to the problem involved in the antithesis, rational and irrational, there is no difference between the natural sciences and the social sciences. Science always is and must be rational. It is the endeavour to attain a mental grasp of the phenomena of the universe by a systematic arrangement of the whole body of available knowledge. However, as has been pointed out above, the analysis of objects into their constituent elements must sooner or later necessarily reach a point beyond which it cannot go. Pardon me. The human mind is not even capable of conceiving a kind of knowledge not limited by an ultimate given accessible to further analysis and reduction. The scientific method that carries the mind up to this point is entirely rational. Ultimate given may be called an irrational fact. It is fashionable nowadays to find fault with the social sciences for being purely rational. The most popular objection raised against economics is that it neglects the irrationality of life and reality, and tries to press into dry rational schemes and bloodless abstractions the infinite variety of phenomena. No science here can be more absurd. Like every branch of knowledge, economics goes as far as it can to be carried by rational methods. Then it stops by establishing the fact that it is faced with an ultimate given, i.e., a phenomena which cannot, at least in the present state of our knowledge, be further analysed. The teaching of praxeology and economics are valid for every human action, without regard to its underlying motives, causes, and goals. The ultimate judgments of value and the ultimate ends of human action are given for any kind of scientific inquiry. They are not open to any further analysis. Praxeology deals with the ways and means chosen for the attainment of such ultimate ends. Its object is means, not ends. In this sense, we speak of the subjectivism of the general science of human action. It takes the ultimate ends chosen by acting man as data. It is entirely neutral with regard to them, and it refrains from passing any value judgments. The only standard which it applies is whether or not the means chosen are fit for the attainment of the ends aimed at. If eudaimonism says happiness, if utilitarianism and economics say utility, we must interpret these terms in a subjectivist way as that which acting man aims at because it is desirable in his eyes. It is in this formalism that the progress of the modern meaning of eudaimonism, hedonism, and utilitarianism consists, as opposed to the older material meaning and the progress of the modern subjectivist theory of value, as opposed to the objectivist theory of value as expounded by classical political economy. At the same time, it is in the subjectivism that the objectivity of our science lies, because it is subjectivist and takes the value judgments of acting man as ultimate data, not open to any further critical examination. It is itself above all strife of parties and factions. It is indifferent to the conflict of all schools of dogmatisms and ethical doctrines. It is free from valuations and preconceived ideas and judgments. It is universally valid and absolutely and plainly human. Number 5. Causality is a requirement of action. Man is in a position to act because he has the ability to discover causal relations which determine change and becoming in the universe. Acting requires and presupposes the category of causality. Only a man who sees the world in the light of causality is fitted to act. In this sense, we may say that causality is a category of action. The category means and ends presupposes the category cause and effect. In a world without causality and regularity of phenomena, there would be a chaos in which man would be at loss to find any orientation and guidance. Man is not even capable of imagining the conditions of such a chaotic universe. Where man does not see any causal relation, he cannot act. This statement is not reversible. Even when he knows the causal relation involved, man cannot act if he is not in a position to influence the cause. The archetype of causality research was, where and how must I interfere in order to divert the course of events from the way it would go in the absence of my interference in a direction which better suits my wishes? In this sense, man raises the question who or what is at the bottom of things. He searches for the regularity and law because he wants to interfere. Only later was this research more extensively interpreted by metaphysics as a search for the ultimate cause of being and existence. Centuries were needed to bring these exaggerated and extravagant ideas back again to the more modest question of where one must interfere, or should one be able to interfere in order to attain this or that end. Thank you, Yiz, for your contribution to the fund as well. As with all other contributions, it will be put to very good use. The treatment accorded to the problem of causality in the last decades has been, due to a confusion brought about by some eminent physicists, rather unsatisfactory. We may hope this unpleasant chapter in the history of philosophy will be a warning to future philosophers. There are changes whose causes are, at least for the present time, unknown to us. Sometimes we succeed in acquiring a partial knowledge so that we are only able, in 70% of all cases, A results in B, and the remaining cases in C, or even in D, E, F, and so on. In order to substitute for this fragmentary information more precise information, it will be necessary to break up A into its elements. As long as this is not achieved, we must acquiesce in a statistical law. But this does not affect the praxeological meaning of causality. Total or practical ignorance in some areas does not demolish the category of causality. The philosophical, epistemological... do not worry about the fact that your leaf bucks are not worth much in good old-fashioned pound sterling, because ultimately, at the end of the day, it's all fiat money and it's all worth nothing. So, as with everyone else, your contribution is greatly appreciated. The philosophical, epistemological, and metaphysical problems of causality and of imperfect induction are beyond the scope of praxeology. We must simply establish the fact that in order to act, man must know the causal relationships between events, processes, or states of affairs, and only as far as he knows this relationship can his action attain the end sought. We are fully aware that asserting this we are moving in a circle, for the evidence that we have correctly perceived the causal relationship is provided only by the fact that action guided by this knowledge results in the expected outcome. But we cannot avoid this vicious circular evidence precisely because causality is a category of action, and because it is a category, Praxeology cannot help bestowing some attention on this fundamental problem of philosophy. Section 6. The Alter Ego. If we are prepared to take the term causality in its broadest sense, teleology can be called a variety of causal inquiry. Final causes are first of all causes. The cause of an event is seen as an action or a quasi-action aiming at some end. Both primitive man and the infant, in a naive anthropomorphic attitude, consider it quite plausible that every change in event and the outcome of the action of a being acting in the same way as they themselves do. They believe that animals, plants, mountains, rivers and fountains, even stones and celestial bodies are, like themselves, feeling, willing and acting beings. Only at a larger stage of cultural development does man renounce these animistic ideas and substitute the mechanistic worldview for them. Mechanicalism proves to be so satisfactory a principle of conduct that people finally believe it capable of solving all problems of thought and scientific research. Materialism and panphysicalism proclaim mechanicalism as the essence of all knowledge, and the experimental and mathematical methods of the natural sciences as the sole scientific mode of thinking. All changes are to be comprehended as motion subject to the law of mechanics. The champions of mechanicalism do not bother about the still unsolved problems of the logical and the epistemological basis of the principles of causality and imperfect induction. In their eyes, these principles are sound because they work. The fact that experiments in the laboratory bring about the results predicted by the theories and the machines in the factory run in the way predicted by technology proves, they say, the soundness of the methods and the findings of modern natural science. Granted that science cannot give us truth, and who knows what truth really means, at any rate it is certain that it works in leading us to success. But it's precisely when we accept this pragmatic point of view that the emptiness of the panphysicalist dogma becomes manifest. Science has been pointed out above has not succeeded in solving the problems of the mind-body relations. Panphysicalists certainly cannot contend that the procedures that Ray recommend have ever worked in the field of interhuman relations under the social sciences. But it is beyond doubt that the principle according to an ego deals with every human being as if the other were a thinking and acting being like himself was evidenced in usefulness both in mundane life and in scientific research. It cannot be denied that it works. It is beyond doubt that the practice of considering fellow men as beings who think and act as I, the ego, do has turned out well. On the other hand, the prospect seems hopeless of getting a similar pragmatic verification for the postulate requiring them to be treated in the same manner as the objects of natural science. The epistemological problems raised by the comprehension of other people's behaviour are no less intricate than those of causality. An incomplete induction, it may be admitted that it is impossible to provide conclusive evidence for the propositions that my logic is the logic of all other people, and by all means absolutely the only human logic and the categories of my action are the categories of all other people's action, and by all means absolutely the categories of all human action. However, the pragmatist must remember that these propositions work both in practice and in science, and the positivist must not overlook the fact that in dressing his fellow man he presupposes tacitly and implicitly intersubjective validity of logic and thereby the reality of the realm of the alter ego's thought and action, of his eminent human character. Thinking and acting are the specific human features of man. They are peculiar to all human beings. They are, beyond membership in the zoological species Homo sapiens, the characteristic mark of man as man. It is not the scope of praxeology to investigate the relation of thinking and acting. For praxeology, it is enough to establish the fact that there is only one logic that is intelligible to the human mind, and that there is only one mode of action, which is human and comprehensible to the human mind. Whether there are or can be somewhere other human beings, superhuman or subhuman, who think and act in a different way, is beyond the reach of the human mind. We must restrict our endeavours to the study of human action. This human action, which is inextricably linked with human thought, is conditioned by logical necessity. It is possible for the human mind to conceive logical relations at variance with the logical structure of our mind. It is possible for the human mind to conceive a mode of action whose categories would differ from the categories which determine our own actions. There are for man only two principles available for a mental grasp of reality, namely, those of teleology and causality. What can be brought under either of these categories is absolutely hidden to the human mind. An event not open to an interpretation by one of these two principles is for man inconceivable and mysterious. Change can be conceived as the outcome either of the operation of Change can be conceived as the outcome either of the operation of mechanistic causality or of purposeful behaviour. For the human mind, there is no third way available. It is true, as has already been mentioned, that teleology can be viewed as a variety of causality, but the establishment of this fact does not annul the essential difference between the two categories. The pan-mechanistic worldview is committed to a methodological monism. It acknowledges only mechanistic causality because it attributes to it alone any cognitive value, or at least a higher cognitive value than to teleology. This is a metaphysical superstition. Both principles of cognition, causality, and teleology are, owing to the limitation of human reason, imperfect and do not convey ultimate knowledge. Causality leads to a regressus in infinitum, which reason can never exhaust. Teleology is found wanting as soon as the question is raised of what moves the prime mover. Either methods stop short at an ultimate given which cannot be analysed and interpreted. Reasoning and scientific inquiry can never bring full ease of mind, apodictic certainty and perfect cognition of all things. He who seeks this must apply to faith and try to quiet his conscience by embracing a creed or a metaphysical doctrine. If we do not transcend the realm of reason and experience, we cannot help acknowledging that our fellow men act. We are not free to disregard this fact for the sake of a fashionable presupposition and an arbitrary opinion. Daily experience proves not only that the sole suitable method for the studying of the conditions of our non-human environment is provided by the category of causality. It proves no less convincingly that our fellow men are acting beings as we ourselves are. For the comprehension of action, there is but one scheme of interpretation and analysis available, namely, that provided by the cognition and analysis of our own purposeful behaviour. The problem of the study and analysis of other people's action is no way connected with the problem of the existence of a soul, or of an immortal soul. As far as the objections of empiricism, behaviorism, and positivism are directed against any variety of the soul theory, they are of no avail for our problem. The question we have to deal with is whether it is possible to grasp human action intellectually if one refuses to comprehend it as a meaningful and purposeful behaviour aiming at the attainment of definite ends. Behaviorism and positivism want to apply the methods of the empirical natural sciences to the reality of human action. They interpret it as a response to stimuli, but these stimuli themselves are not open to description by the methods of the natural sciences. Every attempt to describe them must refer to the meaning which acting men attach to them. We may call the offering of a commodity for a sale stimulus. What is essential in such an offer and distinguish it from other offers cannot be described without entering into the meaning which the acting parties attribute to the situation. No dialectical artifice can spirit away the fact that man is driven by the aim to attain certain ends. It is this purposeful behaviour vis-a-vis action that is the subjective matter of our science. We cannot approach our subject if we disregard the meaning which acting man attaches to the situation, i.e., the given situation of affairs and i.e., the given state of affairs and to his own behaviour with regard to this situation. Oh, barely 2 hours out of my voice is gone already. I thought I would at least be able to get a little further on this, but I shall try and carry on. It is not appropriate for the physicist to search for final causes because there is no indication that events which are subject matter of physics are to be interpreted as the outcome of actions of a being, aiming at ends in a human way. nor is it appropriate for the praxeologist to disregard the operation of the acting being's volition and intention, because they are undoubtedly given facts. If he were to disregard it, he would cease to study human action. Very often, but not always, the events concerned can be investigated both from the point of view of praxeology and from that of the natural sciences. But he who deals with the discharging of a firearm from the physical and chemical point of view is not a praxeologist. He neglects the very problems which the science of purposeful human behaviour aims to clarify. On serviceableness of instincts. The proof of the fact that only two avenues of approach are available for human research, causality or teleology, is provided by the problems raised in reference to the serviceableness of instincts. There are types of behaviour which, on the one hand, cannot be thoroughly interpreted with the causal methods of the natural sciences, but on the other hand, cannot be considered as purposeful human action. In order to grasp such behaviour, we are forced to resort to a makeshift. We assign to it the character of a quasi-action. We speak of serviceable instincts. We observe two things. First, the inherent tendency of a living organism to respond to a stimulus according to a regular pattern. And second, the favourable effects of this kind of behaviour for the strengthening or preservation of the organism's vital forces. If we were in a position to interpret such behaviour as the outcome of purposeful aiming at certain ends, we would call it action and deal with it according to the teleological methods of praxeology. But as we found no trace of a conscious mind behind this behaviour, we suppose that an unknown factor, we call it instinct, was instrumental. We say that the instinct directs quasi-purposeful animal behaviour and unconscious but nonetheless serviceable responses of human muscles and nerves. Yet, the mere fact that we hypostatize the unexplained element of this behaviour as a force and call it instinct does not enlarge our knowledge. We must never forget that this word instinct is nothing but a landmark to indicate a point beyond which we are unable, up to the present at least, to carry our scientific scrutiny. Biology has succeeded in discovering a natural, i.e., a mechanistic explanation for many processes which in earlier days were attributed to the operation of instincts. Nonetheless, many others have remained which cannot be interpreted as mechanical or chemical responses. Nonetheless, many others remain which cannot be interpreted as mechanical or chemical responses to mechanical or chemical stimuli. Animals display attitudes which cannot be comprehended other than that through the assumption that a directing factor is operative. The aim of behaviorism to study human action from without with the methods of animal psychology is illusory. As far as animal behaviour goes beyond mere physiological processes like breathing and metabolism, it can only be investigated with the aid of the meaning concepts developed by praxeology. The behaviourist approaches the object of his investigation with the human notions of purpose and success. He unwittingly applies to the subject matter of his studies the human concepts of serviceableness and perniciousness. He deceives himself in excluding all verbal reference to consciousness and aiming at ends. In fact, his mind searches everywhere for ends and measures, every attitude with a yardstick of a garbled notion of serviceableness. The science of human behaviour, as far as it is not physiology, cannot abandon reference to meaning and purpose. It cannot learn anything from animal psychology and the observation of the unconscious reactions of newborn infants. It is, on the contrary, animal psychology and infant psychology which cannot renounce the aid afforded by the science of human action. Without praxeological categories, we would be at a loss to conceive and to understand the behaviour both of animals and infants. The observation of the instinctive behaviour of animals fills man with astonishment and raises questions which nobody can answer satisfactorily. Yet the fact that animals and even plants react in a quasi-purposeful way is neither more nor less miraculous than that man thinks and acts, that in the inorganic universe those functional correspondences prevail which physics describes, and that in the organic universe biological processes occur. All this is miraculous in the sense that there is an ultimate given for our searching mind. Such an ultimate given is that what we call animal instinct. Like the concepts of motion, force, life, and consciousness, the concept of instinct, too, is merely a term to signify an ultimate given. To be sure, it neither explains anything nor indicates a cause or an ultimate. indicates a cause or an ultimate cause, sorry. The absolute end. In order to avoid any possible misinterpretation of the praxeological categories, it seems expedient to emphasize a truism. Praxeology, like the historical sciences of human action, deals with purposeful human action. If it mentions ends, what it has in view is the ends at which acting men aim. If it speaks of meaning, it refers to the meaning which acting men attach to their actions. Praxeology and history are manifestations of the human mind and as such are conditioned by the intellectual abilities of mortal men. Praxeology and history do not pretend to know anything about the intentions of an absolute and objective mind, about an objective meaning inherent in the course of events and of historical evolution, and about the plans which God or nature or Weltgeist or manifest destiny is trying to realize in directing the universe and human affairs. They do not, like the works of Hegel, Comte, Marx, and a host of other writers, claim to reveal information about the true, objective, and absolute meaning of history. Vegetative man. Some philosophies advise man to seek as the ultimate end of conduct the complete renunciation of any action. They look upon life as an absolute evil full of pain, suffering, and anguish, and apodictically deny that any purposeful human effort can render it tolerable. Happiness can be attained only by complete extinction of consciousness, volition, and life. The only way towards bliss and salvation is to become perfectly passive, indifferent, and inert like the plants. The sovereign good is the abandonment of thinking and acting. Such is the essence of the teachings of various Indian philosophies, especially Buddhism and of Schopenhauer. Praxeology does not comment upon them. It is neutral with regard to all judgments of value and the choice of ultimate ends. Its task is not to prove or to disprove, but only to establish facts. The subject matter of praxeology is human action. It is not concerned with human beings who have succeeded in suppressing altogether everything that characterizes man as man: will, desire, thought, and the striving after ends. It deals with acting man, not with man transformed into a plant and reduced to a merely vegetative state. Oh, give me a second to catch my breath. Let me check some. But hey, so the fund itself is up to £219 of the £1,100 goal already, which means we are almost bang on 1/5 of the way there. And I'm not 1/5 of the way through this book, so hopefully that's a good sign. Chapter 2: The Epistemological Problems of the Sciences of Human Action. Section 1: Praxeology and History. There are two main branches of the science of human action: praxeology and history. History is the collection and systematic arrangement of all data of experience concerning human action. It deals with the concrete content of human action. It studies all human endeavours in their infinite multiplicity and variety, and all individual actions with all their accidental, special, and particular implications. It scrutinises the ideas guiding acting men and the outcome of their actions performed. It embraces every aspect of human activities. It is on one hand the general history, on the other hand the history of various narrower fields. There is the history of political and military action, of ideas and philosophy, of economic activities, of technology, of literature, art and science, of religion, of mores, and customs, and of many other realms of human life. There is ethnology and anthropology as far as they are not a part of biology, and there is psychology as far as it is neither physiology or epistemology nor philosophy. There is linguistics as far as it is neither logic nor the physiology of speech. The subject matter of all historical sciences is the past. They cannot teach us anything which would be valid for all human actions, that is, for the future too. The study of history makes a man wise and judicious. but it does not by itself provide any knowledge and skill which can be utilised for handling concrete tasks. The natural sciences too deal with past events. Every experience is an experience of something passed away. There is no experience of future happenings, but the experience to which the natural sciences owe all their success is the experience of the experiment in which the individual elements of change can be considered in isolation. The facts amassed in this way can be used for induction, a peculiar process of inference which has given pragmatic evidence of its expediency, although its unsatisfactory epistemological characterization is still an unsolved problem. The experience with which the sciences of human action have to deal with is always an experience of complex phenomena. No laboratory experiments can be formed with regard to human action. We are never in a position to observe the change in one element only, all other conditions of the event being equal to a case in which the element concerned did not change. Historical experience as an experience of complex phenomena does not provide us with facts in the sense in which the natural sciences employ this term to signify isolated events tested in experiments. The information conveyed by historical experience cannot be used as building material for the construction of the theories and the prediction of the future events. Every historical experience is open to various interpretations, as and is, in fact, interpreted in different ways. The postulates of positivism and kindred schools of metaphysics are therefore illusory. It is impossible to reform the sciences of human action according to the pattern of physics and the other natural sciences. There is no means to establish an a posteriori theory of human conduct and social events. History can neither prove nor disprove any general statement in the manner in which the natural sciences accept or reject a hypothesis on the ground of laboratory experiments. Neither experimental verification nor experimental falsification of a general proposition are possible in this field. Complex phenomena and the production of which various causal chains are interlaced cannot test any theory. Such phenomena, on the contrary, become intelligible only through an interpretation in terms of theory previously developed from other sources. In the case of a natural phenomena, the interpretation of an event must not be at variance with the theories satisfactorily verified by experiments. In the case of historical events, there is no such restriction. Commentators would be free to resort to quite arbitrary explanations. Where there is something to explain, the human mind has never been at a loss to invent ad hoc, some imaginary theories lacking any logical justification. A limitation similar to that which the experimental tested theories enjoin upon the attempts to interpret and elucidate individual physical, chemical, and physiological events is provided by praxeology in the field of human history. Praxeology is a theoretical and systematic, not a historical science. Its scope is human action as such, irrespective of all environmental, accidental, and individual circumstances of the concrete actions. Its cognition is purely formal and general without reference to the material content and particular features of the actual case. It aims at knowledge valid for all instances which the conditions exactly correspond to those implied in its assumption and inferences. The statements and propositions are not derived from experience, they are, like those of logic and mathematics, a priori. They are not subject to verification or falsification on the ground of experience and facts. They are both logically and temporarily antecedent to any comprehension of historical facts. They are a necessary requirement of any intellectual grasp of historical events. Without them, we should not be able to see in the course of events anything else than kaleidoscopic change and chaotic muddle. Oh, right. Section 2. The formal and a prioristic character of praxeology. A fashionable tendency in contemporary philosophy is to deny the existence of any a priori knowledge. All human knowledge, it is contended, is derived from experience. This attitude can be easily understood as an excessive reaction against the extravagances of theology and a spurious philosophy of history and of nature. Metaphysicians were eager to discover by intuition moral precepts, the meaning of historical evolution, the properties of soul and matter, and the laws governing physical, chemical, and physiological events. Their volatile speculations manifested a blithe disregard for matter-of-fact knowledge. They were convinced that, without reference to experience, reason could explain all things and answer all questions. The modern natural sciences owe their success to the method of observation and experiment. There is no doubt that empiricism and pragmatism are right as far as they merely describe the procedures of the natural sciences. But it is no less certain that they are entirely wrong in the endeavours to reject any kind of a priori knowledge, and to characterise logic, mathematics, and praxeology as empirical and experimental disciplines. With regard to praxeology, the errors of the philosophers are due to their complete ignorance of economics, and very often to their shockingly insufficient knowledge of history. In the eyes of the philosopher, the treatment of the philosophical issues is a sublime and noble vocation, which must not be put upon the low level of other gainful employments. The professor resents the fact that he derives an income from philosophizing. He is offended by the thought that he earns money like the artisan and the farmhand. Monetary matters are mean things, and the philosopher investigating the eminent problems of truth and absolute eternal value should not soil his mind by paying attention to them. No line of any contemporary philosopher discloses the least familiarity with even the most elementary problems of economics. The problem of whether there are or whether there are not a priori elements of thought, i.e. necessary and ineluctable intellectual conditions of thinking anterior to any instance of conception and experience, must not be confused with the genetic problem of how man acquired his characteristically human mental ability. Man is descended from non-human ancestors who lacked this ability. These ancestors were endowed with some potentiality in which the course of ages of evolution converted them into reasonable beings. This transformation was achieved by the influence of a changing cosmic environment, operating upon succeeding generations. The empiricist concludes that the fundamental principles of reasoning are an outcome of experience and represent an adaptation of man to the conditions of his environment. This idea leads, when consistently followed, to the further conclusion that there were between our pre-human ancestors and Homo sapiens various intermediate stages. They were beings which, although not yet equipped with the human faculty of reason, were endowed with some rudimentary elements of ratiocination. Theirs was not yet a logical mind, but a pre-logical, or rather imperfectly logical mind. Their desultory and defective logical functions evolved step by step from the pre-logical state toward the logical state. Reason, intellect, and logic are historical phenomena. Excuse me. There is a history of logic there as there is a history of technology. Nothing suggests that logic as we know it is the last and final stage of intellectual evolution. Human logic is a historical phase between pre-human non-logic on the one hand and superhuman logic on the other hand. Reason and mind, the human being's most efficacious equipment and their equipment for their survival, are embedded in the continuous flow of zoological events. They are neither eternal nor unchangeable, they are transitory. Furthermore, there is no doubt that every human being repeats in his personal evolution not only the physiological metamorphosis from a simple cell into a highly complicated mammal organism, but no less a spiritual metamorphosis from a purely vegetative and animal existence into a reasonable mind. This transformation is not completed in the prenatal life of the embryo, but only later when the newborn child step by step awakens to human consciousness. Thus, every man in his early youth, starting from the depths of darkness, proceeds through various states of the mind's logical structure. Sorry, give me 2 seconds, something just come up here. Right, I'm back. I will possibly have to. I was planning to go to 6 o'clock this evening, however, I might need to end slightly 10-15 minutes earlier to that. I'm not too sure yet. We shall see. Now, where were we? There is the case of animals. We are fully aware of the unbridged gulf separating our reason from the reactive processes of their brains and nerves. But at the same time, we divine that forces are desperately struggling in them toward the light of comprehension. They are, like prisoners, anxious to break out from the doom of eternal darkness and inescapable automatism. We feel with them because we ourselves are in a similar position, pressing in vain against the limitation of our intellectual apparatus, striving unavailingly after unattainable perfect cognition. But the problem of the a priori is of a different character. It does not deal with the problem of how consciousness and reason have emerged, it refers to the essential and necessary character of the logical structure of the human mind. The fundamental logical relations are not subject to proof or disproof. Every attempt to prove them must presuppose their validity. It is impossible to explain to them a being who would not possess them on his own account. Efforts to define them according to the rules of definition must fail. There are primary propositions antecedent to any nominal or real definition. They are ultimate analysable categories. The human mind is utterly incapable of imagining logical and categories at variance with them. No matter how they appear to superhuman beings, they are for man inescapable and absolutely necessary. They are indispensable prerequisite of perception, appearance, and experience. They are no less an indispensable prerequisite of memory. There is a tendency in the natural sciences to describe memory as an insistence of a more general phenomenon. Every living organism, I think that should be, conserves the effects of earlier stimulation. And the present state of inorganic matter is shaped by the effects of all the influences to which it is exposed in the past. The present state of the universe is the product of its past. We may, therefore, in a loose metaphorical sense, say that the geological structure of our globe conserves the memory of all earlier cosmic changes, and that a man's body is the sedimentation of his ancestors and of his destinies and vicissitudes. But memory is something entirely different from the fact of the structural unity and continuity of cosmic evolution. It is a phenomena of consciousness and as such conditioned by the logical a priori. Psychologists have been puzzled by the fact that man does not remember anything from the time of his existence as an embryo and as a suckling. Freud tried to explain this absence of recollections brought about by subconscious suppression of undesired reminiscences. The truth is that there is nothing to be remembered of an unconscious state. Animal automatism and unconscious response to physiological stimulations are neither for embryos and sucklings nor for adults material for remembrance. Only conscious states can be remembered. The human mind is not a tabula rasa on which the external events write their own history. It is equipped with a set of tools for grasping reality. Man acquired these tools, i.e., the logical structure of his mind, in the course of his evolution from an amoeba to his present state, but these tools are logically prior to any experience. Man is not only an animal totally subject to the stimuli unavoidably determining the circumstances of his life, he is also an acting being, and the category of action is logically antecedent to any concrete act. The fact that man does not have the creative power to imagine categories at variance with the fundamental logical relations and with the principles of causality and teleology enjoins upon us what may be called methodological a priorism. Everybody in his daily behaviour again and again bears witness to the immutability and universality of the categories of thought and action. He who addresses his fellow man, who wants to inform and convince them, who asks questions and answers other people's questions, can proceed in this way only because he can appeal to something common to all men, namely the logical structure of human reason. The idea that A could at the same time be non-A, or that to prefer A to B could at the same time be to prefer B to A, is simply inconceivable and absurd to a human mind. We are not in a position to comprehend any kind of pre-logical or metalogical thinking. We cannot think of a world without causality and teleology. It does not matter for man whether or not beyond this sphere, accessible to the human mind, there are other spheres in which there is something categorically different from human thinking and acting. No knowledge from such spheres penetrates to the human mind. It is idle to ask whether things in themselves are different from what they appear to us, and whether there are worlds which we cannot divine the ideas and which we cannot comprehend. These are problems beyond the scope of human cognition. Human knowledge is conditioned by the structure of the human mind. If it chooses human action as the subject matter of its inquiries, it cannot mean anything else than the categories of action which are proper to the human mind and are its projections into the external world of becoming and change. All the theorems of praxeology refer only to those categories of action that are valid only in the orbit of their operation. They do not pretend to convey any information about never dreamed of and unimaginable worlds and relations. Thus, praxeology is human in a double sense. It is human because it claims for its theorems within the sphere precisely defined in the underlying assumptions universal validity for all human action. It is human, moreover, because it deals only with human action and does not aspire to know about non-human, whether subhuman or superhuman action. God, is that some bot in the chat? Where the hell did that come from? Did I ban this? Oh, there we go. Anyway, the alleged logical heterogeneity of primitive man. It is a general fallacy to believe that the writings of Lucien Lévy-Bruhl give support to the doctrine that the logical structure of mind of primitive man was and is categorically different from that of civilized man. On the contrary, what Lévy-Bruhl, on the basis of a careful scrutiny of the entire ethnological material available, reports about the mental actions of primitive man proves clearly that the fundamental logic, relations, and the categories of thought and action play in the intellectual activities of savages the same role they play in our own life. The content of primitive man's thoughts differs from the content of our thoughts, but the formal and logical structure is common to both. It is true that Lévy-Bruhl himself maintains that the mentality of primitive peoples is essentially mystic and pre-logical. In character, primitive man's collections representations are regulated by the law of participation, and are consequently indifferent to the law of contradiction. However, Lévy-Bruhl's distinction between pre-logical and logical thinking refers to the content and not to the form and categorical structure of thinking, for he declares that also among peoples like ourselves, ideas and relations between ideas governed by the law of participation exist more or less independently, more or less impaired, but yet ineradicable, side by side with those subject to the law of reason. The pre-logical and the mystic are coexistent with the logical. Lévy-Bruhl relegates the essential teachings of Christianity to the realm of the pre-logical mind. Now, many objections can possibly be raised and have been raised against the Christian doctrines and their interpretation by theology. But nobody ever ventured to contend that the Christian fathers and philosophers, among them St. Augustine and St. Thomas, had minds whose logical structures was categorically different from that of our contemporaries. The dispute between a man who believes in miracles and another who does not. The dispute between a man who believes in miracles and another who does not refers to the content of thought, not to its logical form. Refers to the content of thought and not to its logical form. A man who tries to demonstrate the possibility and reality of miracles may err, but to unmask his error, as is the brilliant essays of Human Will show, certainly no less logically intricate than to explode any philosophical or economic fallacy. The explorers and missionaries report that in Africa and Polynesia, the primitive man stops short at his earliest preconception of things and never reasons if he can in any way avoid it. European and American educators sometimes report the same of their students. With regard to the Maasai of Niger, Lévy-Bruhl quotes a missionary's observation: conservation with them turns only upon women, food, and in the rainy season, crops. What other subjects did contemporaries and neighbours of Newton, Kant, and Lévy-Bruhl prefer? The conclusion to be drawn from Lévy-Bruhl's studies is the best expressed in his own words. The primitive mind, like our own, is anxious to find the reasons for what happens, but it does not seek these in the same direction as we do. A peasant eager to get a rich crop may, according to the content of his ideas, choose various methods. He may perform some magical rites, he may embark upon a pilgrimage, he may offer a candle to the image of his patron saint, or he may employ more and better fertilizer. But whatever he does, it is not always action, i.e., the employment of means for the attainment of ends. Magic is, in a broader sense, a variety of technology. Exorcism is a deliberate, purposeful action deliberate purposeful action based on a worldview which most of our contemporaries condemn as superstitious and therefore as inappropriate. But the concept of action does not imply that the action is guided by correct theory and the technologies promising success and that it attains the ends aimed at. It only implies that the performer of the action believes that the means applied will produce the desired effect. No facts provided by ethnology or history contradict the assertion that the logical structure of the mind is uniform with all men of all races, ages, and countries. It's very interesting reading that section just over again there. Reflection of a lot of what Lul says in regards to technique and magic. It's something to talk about another time. Thank you very much, Prudentialist, for the super chat. I know you mentioned you donated to the GoFundMe yesterday as well, so thank you very much for helping me on two behalves there. It's greatly appreciated. Section 3. The a priori and reality. A prioristic reasoning is purely conceptual and deductive. It cannot produce anything else but tautologies and analytic judgments. All its implications are logically derived from the premises and were already contained in them. Hence, according to a popular objection, it cannot add anything to our knowledge. All geometrical theorems are implied in the axioms. The concept of a rectangular triangle implies the theorem of Pythagoras. This theorem is a tautology. Its deduction results in an analytical judgment. Nonetheless, nobody would contend that geometry in general, and the theorem of Pythagoras in particular, do not enlarge our knowledge. Condition from purely deductive reasoning is also creative and opens for our mind access to previously barred spheres. The significant task of a prioristic reasoning, on the one hand, to bring into the relief all that is implied in the categories, concepts, and premises, and on the other, to show what they do not imply, it is the vocation to render manifest and obvious. It is its vocation to render manifest and obvious what was hidden and unknown before. And the concept of money, all theorems of monetary theory are already implied. The quantity theories does not add to our knowledge anything which is not virtually contained in the concept of money. It transforms, develops, and unfolds. It only analyses and is therefore tautological, like the theorem of Pythagoras in relation to the concept of the rectangular triangle. However, nobody would deny the cognitive value of the quantity theory. To a mind not enlightened by economic reasoning, it remains unknown. A long line of abortive attempts to solve the problems concerned show that it was certainly not easy to attain the present state of knowledge. It is not a deficiency of the system of a prioristic science that it does not convey to us the full cognition of reality. Its concepts and theorems are mental tools opening the approach to a complete grasp of reality. They are, to be sure, not in themselves already the totality of factual knowledge about all things. Theory and the comprehension of living and the changing of reality are not in opposition to one another. Without theory, the general a prioristic science of human action, there is no comprehension of the reality of human action. The reality between reason and experience has long been one of the fundamental philosophical problems. Like all other problems of the critique of knowledge, philosophers have approached it only with reference to the natural sciences. They have ignored the sciences of human action. God. The contributions have been useless for praxeology. It's customary in the treatment of the epistemological problems of economics to adopt one of the solutions suggested for the natural sciences. Some authors recommend Poincare's conventionalism. They regard the premises of economic reasoning as a matter of linguistic or postulational convention. Others prefer to acquiesce in ideas advanced by Einstein. Einstein raises the question, how can mathematics, a product of human reason that does not depend on any experience, so exquisitely fit the objects of reality? Is human reason able to discover unaided by experience through pure reasoning the features of real things? And his answer is, as far as the theorems of mathematics refer to reality, they are not certain. As far as they are certain, they do not refer to reality. However, the sciences of human action differ radically from the natural sciences. All authors eager to construct an epistemological system of the sciences of human action according to the pattern of the natural sciences, err lamentably. The real thing, which is subject to praxeology, human action, stems from the same source as human reasoning. Action and reason are congeneric and homogeneous. They may even be called two different aspects of the same thing. The reason has the power to make clear through pure ratiocination the essential features of action as a consequence of the fact that action is an offshoot of reason. The theorems attained by correct praxeological reasoning are not only perfectly certain and incontestable, like the correct mathematical theorems, they refer moreover with full rigidity to the apodictic certainty and incontestability of the reality of action as it appears in life and history. Praxeology conveys exact and precise knowledge of real things. The starting point of praxeology is not a choice of axioms and a decision about methods of procedure, but reflection about the essence of action. There is no action in which the praxeological categories do not appear fully and perfectly. There is no mode of action thinkable in which means and ends or costs or proceeds cannot be clearly distinguished and precisely separated.
Your voice sounds a bit sore.
Yes, it's starting to get that way, but I'm gonna. Someone's giving me a ring, so I need to sort something later. But I'll carry on at 5:30, and I will soldier on.
You're carrying on to 5:30. You got 2 more hours.
Yep. Oh, otherwise I'm gonna take it's gonna take me a month to do this.
Oh no. I thought I'd just come in and thank people for donating. There's been a few. There's been a couple super chats.
Yes, there has been.
Although the best way is probably either through PayPal or through the GoFundMe. We have had £20 worth of donations to the PayPal, so I'll send that to you as well.
That's I'm very thankful from whoever's donated that as well.
I thought I would just drop in while I'm essentially having a slightly late lunch because I'm working from home today and give you some moral support.
Oh, that's very kind of you.
And thank the people for donating on the stream. I'll I'll leave you going with your human action though, otherwise it'll take far too long. We could probably also have maybe some kind of telethon event with some people at some point. Have a community stream in which people come in and out. I've poked a couple of people about that as well.
Yeah, we can maybe get around to that at some point. What is that? Is that so other people can take the burden of reading?
Yes. We'll have some sort of finale at some point. I'll try and poke a few people who seem interested. But yes, thank you guys for donating. I see we've caught the attention of the chat bots, so it must be going somewhere.
Yeah, true. Oh, you seem to have possibly disappeared there. I'm just hoping that.
Oh no, I have not disappeared. I was just I thought you were going to say something. But yes, thank you guys. I may pop in maybe tomorrow. I'm not sure. I don't know how long you're planning on doing these for.
Well, I'm going to do this one today till about 5:30. Tomorrow I'll probably do one from 1 o'clock to 5 o'clock. And then I'll maybe give it a break and really sweat it next week and kind of do it like Monday, Tuesday, maybe Wednesday, Thursday as well, if I'm not like dead by then.
Well, we could do, I don't know if we have a regular Thursday stream sorted this week or not, but...
I don't know. Well, I'd planned on doing a short one on Thursday so we can try and squeeze something in, but I don't know. We'll get to that.
We'll get to that when we get to it. But again, thank you guys for your support, and I'll be dipping out now.
Goodbye. Okay. There is nothing which only approximately or incompletely fits the economic category of an exchange. There are only exchange and non-exchange, and with regard to any exchange, all the general theorems concerning exchanges are valid in their full rigidity and with all their implications. There are no transitions from exchange to non-exchange or from direct exchange to indirect exchange. No experience can ever be had which would contradict these statements. Such an experience would be impossible in the first place for the reason that all experience concerning human action is conditioned by the praxeological categories and becomes possible only through their application. If we had not in our mind the schemes provided by praxeological reasoning, we should never be in a position to discern and to grasp any action. We would perceive motions but neither buying nor selling, nor prices, wage rates, interest rates, and so on. It is only through the utilization of the praxeological scheme that we become able to have an experience concerning an act of buying and selling. But then, independently of the fact of whether or not our senses concomitantly perceive any emotions in men and non-human elements of the external world, unaided by praxeological knowledge, we would never learn anything about the media of exchange. We would approach coins without such pre-existing knowledge. We would see them in only round plates of metal, nothing more. Experience concerning money requires familiarity with the praxeological category medium of exchange. Experience concerning human action differs from that concerning natural phenomena in that it requires and presupposes praxeological knowledge. This is why the methods of the natural sciences are inappropriate for the study of praxeology, economics, and history. In asserting the a priori character of praxeology, we are not drafting a plan for a future new science, different from the traditional sciences of human action. We do not maintain that the theoretical science of human action should be a prioristic, but that it is and always has been so. Every attempt to reflect upon the problems raised by human action is necessarily bound to a prioristic reasoning. It does not make any difference in this regard whether the men discussing a problem are theorists aiming at pure knowledge only, or statesmen, politicians, and regular citizens eager to comprehend occurring changes and discover what kind of public policy or private contact would best suit their own interests. People may begin arguing about the significance of any concrete experience. The debate inevitably turns away from the accidental and environmental features of the event concerned to analysis of fundamental principles and imperceptibly abandons any reference to the factual happenings which evoke the argument. The history of the natural sciences is a record of theories and hypotheses discarded because they were disproved by experience. Remember, for instances, the fallacies of older mechanics disproved by Galileo, or the fate of the phlogiston theory. No such case is recorded by the history of economics. The champions of logically incompatible theories claim the same events as proof that their point of view has been tested by experience. The truth is that the experience of a complex phenomenon, and that there is no experience in the realm of human action, can always be interpreted on the ground of various antithetic theories. Whether the interpretation is considered satisfactory or unsatisfactory depends on the appreciation of the theories in question established beforehand on the grounds of a prioristic reasoning. History cannot teach us any general rule, principle, or law. There is no means to abstract from a historical experience a posteriori any theories or theorems concerning human conduct and policies. The data of history would be nothing but a clumsy accumulation of disconnected occurrences, a heap of confusion, if they could not be clarified, arranged, and interpreted by systematic praxeological knowledge. The principle of methodological individualism. Praxeology deals with the actions of individual men. It is only in the future course of its inquiries that cognition of human cooperation is attained, and social action is treated as a special case of the more universal category of human action as such. This methodological individualism has been vehemently attacked by various metaphysical schools and disparaged as a nominalistic fallacy. The notion of an individual, say the critics, is an empty abstraction. Real man is necessarily always a member of a social whole. It is even impossible to imagine an existence of a man separated from the rest of mankind and not connected with society. Man, as is the product of a social evolution. Man as man is the product of a social evolution. His most eminent feature, reason, could only emerge within the framework of social mutuality. There is no such thinking which does not depend on the concept and notions of language. But speech is a manifestly social phenomenon. Man is always the member of a collective, as the whole is both logically and temporally prior to its parts or members. The study of the individual is posterior to the study of society. As the whole is both logically and temporally prior to its parts or members, the study of the individual is posterior to the study of society. God, I just can't get that right. The only adequate method for the scientific treatment of human problems is the method of universalism or collectivism. Now, the controversy whether the whole or its parts are logically prior is vain. Logically, the notions of a whole and its parts are correlative. As logical concepts, they are both apart from time. No less inappropriate with regard to our problem is the reference to the antagonism of realism and nominalism. Both these terms being understood in the meaning which medieval scholasticism attached to them, it is uncontested that in the sphere of human action, social entities have real existence. Nobody ventures to deny that nations, states, municipalities, parties, religious communities are real factors determining the course of human events. Excuse me. Methodological individualism, far from contesting the significance of such collective wholes, considers it as one of its main tasks to describe and to analyse their becoming and their disappearing, their changing structures and their operation, and it chooses the only method fitted to solve this problem satisfactorily. First, we must realise that all actions are performed by individuals. A collective operates always through the intermediary of one or several individuals whose actions are related to the collective as the secondary source. It is the meaning which the acting individuals and all those who are touched by their action attribute to an action that determines its character. It is the meaning that marks one action as the action of an individual and another action as the action of the state or of the municipality. The hangman, not the state, executes a criminal. It is the meaning of those concerned that discerns in the hangman's action as an action of the state. A group of armed men occupies a place. It is not the meaning of those concerned with which imputes the occupation not to the officers and soldiers on the spot, but to their nation. If we scrutinise the meaning of the various actions performed by individuals, we must necessarily learn everything about the action of collective wholes. For a social collective has no existence in reality outside of the individual members' actions. The life of a collective is lived in the actions of the individuals constituting its body. There is no social collective conceivable which is not operative in the action of some individuals. The reality of a social integer consists in its directing and releasing definite actions on the part of individuals. Oh. Thus, the way to a cognition of collective wholes is through an analysis of the individual's action. As a thinking and acting being, man emerges from his pre-human existence already as a social being. The evolution of reason, language, and cooperation is the outcome of the same process. They were inseparably and necessarily linked together. But this process took place in individuals. It consisted in changes in the behaviour of individuals. There is no other substance in which it occurred than the individuals. There is no substratum of society other than the actions of individuals. That there are nations, states, and churches, that there is social cooperation in the division of labour, becomes discernible only in the actions of certain individuals. Nobody ever perceived a nation without perceiving its members. In this sense, one may say that a social collective comes into being through the actions of individuals. That does not mean that the individual is temporarily antecedent. It merely means that the definite actions of individuals constitute the collective. There is no need to argue whether a collective is a sum resulting from the addition of its elements or more, whether it is a being sui generis, and whether it is reasonable or not to speak of its will, plans, and aims and actions to attribute to a distinct soul. Such pedantic talk is idle. A collective whole is a particular aspect of the actions of various individuals, and as such a real thing determining the course of events. It is illusory to believe that it is possible to visualize collective wholes. They are never visible. Their cognition is always the outcome of the understanding of the meaning which acting men attribute to their acts. We see a crowd, i.e., a multitude of peoples. Whether this crowd is a mere gathering or a mass, in the sense which this term is used in contemporary psychology, or an organised body, or any other kind of social entity, is a question which can only be answered by understanding a meaning which they themselves attach to their presence. And this meaning is always the meaning of individuals, not our senses, but understanding a mental process makes us recognise social entities. Those who want to start the study of human action from the collective units encounter an insurmountable obstacle, in the fact that an individual at the same time can belong, and with the exception of the most primitive tribesmen, really belongs to various collective entities. The problems raised by the multiplicity of coexistent social units and their mutual antagonisms can be solved only by methodological individualism. I and we. The ego is the unity of the acting being. It is unquestionably given and cannot be dissolved or conjured away by any reasoning or quibbling. The we is always the result of a summing up which puts together two or more egos. If somebody says I, no further questioning is necessary in order to establish the meaning. The same is valid with regard to thou, and provided the person in view is precisely indicated with regard to the he. But if a man says we, further information is needed to denote who the egos who are comprised in this we. It is always single individuals who say we, even if they say it in chorus, and yet it remains an utterance of single individuals. The we cannot act otherwise than each of them acting on his own behalf. They can either all act together in accord, or one of them may act for them all. In the latter case, the cooperation of the others consists in their bringing about the situation which makes one man's actions effective for them too. Only in this sense does the officer of a social entity act for the whole. The individual members of the collective body either cause or allow a single man's action to concern them too. The endeavours of psychology to dissolve the ego and to unmask it as an illusion are idle. The praxeological ego is beyond any doubts. No matter what a man was and what he may become later, in the very act of choosing and acting he has an ego. Just all of a sudden can't say that word now. From the pluralis logicus and from the merely ceremonial pluralis majesticius, or however that's pronounced, we must distinguish the pluralis gloriousus. If a Canadian who never tried skating says we are the world's foremost ice hockey players, or if an Italian boor proudly contends we are the world's most eminent painters, nobody is fooled. But with reference to political and economic problems, the pluralis gloriousus evolves into the pluralis imperialis, and as such plays a significant role in paving the way for the acceptance of doctrines determining international economic policies. Section 5. The principles of methodological singularism. No less than from the action of an individual, praxeology begins its investigations from the individual action. It does not deal in vague terms with human action in general, but with concrete action which a definite man has performed at a definite date and a definite place. But of course, it does not concern itself with the accidental and environmental features of this action, and with what it distinguishes from all other actions, but only what is necessary and universal in its performance. The philosophy of universalism from time immemorial blocked access to a satisfactory grasp of praxeological problems, and contemporary universalists are utterly incapable of finding an approach to them. Universalism, collectivism, and conceptual realism see only holes in universals. They speculate about mankind and nations, classes, about virtue and vice, right and wrong, about entire classes of wants and commodities. They ask, for instance, what is the value of gold? Why is the value of gold higher than that of iron? Thus, they never find solutions, but antinomies and paradoxes only. The best known instance is the value paradox, which frustrated even the work of classical economists. Praxeology asks, what happens in acting? What does it mean to say that an individual there and then, today and here, at any time and at any place acts? What results if he chooses one thing and rejects another? The act of choosing is always a decision among various opportunities, open to the choosing individual. Man never chooses between virtue and vice, but only between two modes of action which we call, from an adopted point of view, virtuous or vicious. A man never chooses between gold and iron in general, but always only between a definite quantity of gold and a definite quantity of iron. Every single action is strictly limited in its immediate consequences. If we want to reach correct conclusions, we must first of all look at these limitations. Human life is an unceasing sequence of single actions, but the single action is by no means isolated. It is a link in a chain of actions which together form an action on a higher level, aiming at a more distant end. Every action has two aspects. It is on the one hand a partial action in the framework of a further stretching action, the performance of a fraction of the aim set by a more far-reaching action. It is, on the other hand, itself a whole with regard to the actions aimed at by the performance of its own parts. It depends upon the scope of the project and which acting man is intent at the instant whether the more far-reaching action of a partial action directed to a more immediate end only is thrown into relief. There is no need for praxeology to raise questions to the type of those raised by Gestalt psychology. The road to the performance of the great things must always lead to the performance of partial tasks. A cathedral is something other than a heap of stones joined together, but the only procedure for constructing a cathedral is to lay one stone upon another. For the architect, the whole project is the main thing. For the mason, it is the single wall, and for the bricklayer, the single stones. What counts for praxeology is the fact that What counts for praxeology is the fact that the only method to achieve greater task is to build from the foundation step by step, part by part. Section 6. The individual and changing features of human action. The concept of human action, i.e., the ends aimed at and the means chosen and applied for the attainment of these ends, is determined by the personal qualities of every acting man. Individual man is the product of a long line of zoological evolution which has shaped his physiological inheritance. He is born the offspring and the heir of his ancestors and precipitate and sediment of all that his forefathers and experience and his biological patrimony. When he is born, he does not enter the world in general as such, but a definite environment. The innate and inherited biological qualities and all that life has worked upon him make a man what he is, and at any instinct of his pilgrimage. They are his fate and destiny. His will is not free in the metaphysical sense of the term, it is determined by his background and all the influences to which he himself and his ancestors were exposed. Inheritance and environment directs a man's actions. They suggest him both the ends and the means. He lives not simply as a man in abstracto. He lives as a son of his family, his race, his people, and his age. As a citizen of his country and as a member of a definite social group, as a practitioner of a certain vocation, as a follower of a definite religion, metaphysical, philosophical, and political ideas, as a partisan in many feuds and controversies. He does not himself create his ideas and standards of value. He borrows them from other people. His ideology is what his environment enjoins upon him. Only very few men have the gift of thinking new and original ideas and of changing the traditional body of creeds and doctrines. Common man does not speculate about the great problems. With regard to them, he relies upon other people's authority. He behaves as every other decent fellow must behave. He is like a sheep in the herd. It is precisely this intellectual inertia that characterises man as a common man. Yet the common man does choose. He chooses to adopt traditional patterns or patterns adopted by other people because he is convinced that his procedure is best fitted to his achievement his own well-being, or his own welfare, I should say. And he is ready to change his ideology and consequently his mode of action whenever he becomes convinced that and he is ready to change his ideology and consequently his mode of action whenever he becomes convinced that this would better serve his own interests. Most of a man's daily behaviour is simple routine. He performs certain acts without paying without paying special attention to them. He does many things because he was trained in his childhood to do them, because other people behave in the same way, and because it is customary in his environment. He acquires habits, he develops automatic reactions, but he indulges in these habits only because he welcomes their effects. As soon as he discovers the pursuit of the habitual way may hinder the attainment of ends considered as more desirable, he changes his attitude. A man brought up in an area in which the water is clean acquires the habit of heedlessly drinking, washing, and bathing. When he moves to a place in which the water is polluted by morbific genes, he will devote the most careful attention to procedures about which he never bothered before. He will watch himself permanently in order not to hurt himself by indulging unthinkingly in his traditional routine and his automatic reactions. The fact that an action is in the regular course of affairs, performed spontaneously, as it were, does not mean that it is not due to a conscious volition and to a deliberate choice. Indulgence in a routine which could possibly be changed is action. Praxeology is not concerned with the changing of content of acting, but with its pure form and its categorical categorical structure. The study of the accidental and environmental features of human action is the task of history. Section 7. The scope and the specific method of history. The study of all data of experience concerning human action is the scope of history. The historian collects and critically sifts all available documents. On the ground of this evidence, he approaches his genuine task. It has been asserted that the task of history is to show how events actually happened, and without imposing presuppositions and values, wertfrei, i.e., neutral with regard to all value judgments. The historian's report should be a faithful image of the past, an intellectual photograph, as it were, giving a complete and unbiased description of all facts. It should reproduce before our intellectual eye the past with all its features. Now, a real reproduction of the past would require a duplication not humanly possible. History is not an intellectual reproduction, but a condensed representation of the past in the conceptual terms. The historian does not simply let the events speak for themselves, he arranges them from the aspect of the ideas underlying the formation of the general notions he uses in their presentation. He does not report facts as they happened, but only relevant facts. He does not approach the documents without presuppositions, but equipped with the whole apparatus of his age's scientific knowledge. That is, with all the teaching of contemporary logic, mathematics, praxeology, and natural science. It is obvious that the historian must not be biased by any prejudices and party tenets. Those writers who consider historical events as an arsenal of weapons for the conduct of their party feuds are not historians but propagandists and apologists. They are not eager to acquire knowledge but to justify the program of their parties. They are fighting for the dogmas of a metaphysical, religious, national, political, or social doctrine. They usurp the name of history for their writings as a blind in order to deceive the credulous. A historian must first of all aim at cognition. He must free himself from any partiality. He must, in this sense, be neutral with regard to any value judgments. This postulate of wertfreiheit can easily be satisfied in the field of the a prioristic science, logic, mathematics, and praxeology, and in the field of the experimental natural sciences. It is logically not difficult to draw a sharp line between a scientific, unbiased treatment of these disciplines and a treatment distorted by superstition, preconceived ideas, and passion. It is much more difficult to comply with the requirement of valuational neutrality in history. For the subject matter of history, the concrete, accidental, environmental content of human action is the value judgments and their projection into the reality of change. At every step of his activities, the historian is concerned with value judgments. The value judgments of the men whose actions he reports are the substratum of his investigations. It has been asserted that a historian himself cannot avoid the judgments of value. No historian, not even a naive chronicler or newspaper reporter, registers all facts as they happen. He must discriminate. He must select some events which he deems worthy of being registered and pass over in silence other events. And the choice, it is said, implies a value judgment. It is necessarily conditioned by the historian's worldview and thus not impartial, but an outcome of preconceived ideas. History can never be anything else than a distortion of facts. It can never really be scientific, that is, neutral with regard to values and intent only upon discovering truth. There is, of course, no doubt that the discretion which the selection of facts places in the hands of a historian can be abused. It can and does happen that the historian's choice is guided by party bias. However, the problems involved are much more intricate than this popular doctrine would have us believe. Their solution must be sought on the ground of a much more thorough scrutiny of the methods of history. In dealing with a historical problem, the historian makes use of all the knowledge provided by logic, mathematics and natural sciences, and especially by praxeology. However, the mental tools of these non-historical disciplines does not suffice for his task. They are indispensable auxiliaries for him, but in themselves they do not make it possible to answer those questions he has to deal with. The course of history is determined by the actions of individuals, and by the effects of these actions. The actions are determined by the value judgments of acting individuals, i.e., the ends which they were eager to attain, and by the means which they applied for the attainment of these ends. The choice of the means is an outcome of the whole body of technological knowledge of the acting individuals. The choice of the means they applied for the attainment of these ends. The choice of means is an outcome of the whole body of technological knowledge of the acting individuals. It is, in many instances, possible to appreciate the effects of the means applied from the point of view of praxeology or of the natural sciences, but there remain a great many things for the elucidation of which no such help is available. The specific task of history, for which it uses a specific method, is the study of these value judgments and of the effects of the actions as far as they cannot be analysed by the teaching of all other branches of knowledge. The historian's genuine problem is always to interpret things as they happened, but he cannot solve this problem on the ground of the theorems provided by all other sciences alone. There always remains at the bottom of each of his problems something which resists analysis at the hand of these teachings or of other sciences. It is these individual and unique characteristics of each event which are studied by the understanding. The uniqueness or individuality which remains at the bottom of every historical fact when all the means for its interpretation provided by logic, mathematics, praxeology, and the natural sciences have been exhausted is an ultimate datum. But whereas the natural sciences cannot say anything about their ultimate data, then that they are such, history can try to make its ultimate data intelligible. Although it is impossible to reduce them to their causes, they would not be ultimate data if such a reduction were possible. The historian can understand them because he is himself a human being. In the philosophy of Bergson, this understanding is called an intuition, vis-a-vis la sympathie par laquelle on se transporte à la... Loads and loads of French there. I'm not going to butcher more than I already have. German epistemology calls this act das spezifische Verstehen der Geistwissenschaften, or simply Verstehen. It is the method which all historians and all other people always apply in commenting upon human events of past and in forecasting future events. The discovery and the delimitation of understanding is one of the most important contributions of modern epistemology. It is, to be sure, neither a project from the new science, which does not yet exist and is to be founded, nor the recommendation of a new method of procedure for any of the already existing sciences. The understanding must not be confused with approval, be only conditional and circumstantial. The historian, the ethnologist, and the psychologist sometimes register actions which are for their feelings simply repulsive and disgusting. They understand them only as actions, i.e., in establishing the underlying aims and the technological and praxeological methods applied for their execution. To understand an individual case does not mean to justify or excuse it. Neither must understanding be confused with the active aesthetic enjoyment of a phenomenon. Empathy and understanding are two radically different attitudes. It is a different thing on the one hand to understand a work of art historically to determine its place, its meaning, and its importance in the flux of events, and, on the other hand, to appreciate it emotionally as a work of art. One can look at a cathedral with the eyes of a historian, but one can look at the same cathedral either as an enthusiastic admirer or as an unaffected and indifferent sightseer. The same individuals are capable of both modes of reaction, of the aesthetic appreciation and of the scientific grasp of understanding. The understanding establishes the fact that an individual or a group of individuals have engaged in a definite action emanating from the definite value judgments, choices, and aiming at definite ends, and that they have applied for the attainment of these ends definite means suggested by definite technological, therapeutical, and praxeological doctrines. It furthermore tries to appreciate the effects and the intensity of the effects brought about by an action. It tries to assign to every action its relevance, i.e., its bearing upon the course of events. The scope of understanding is the mental grasp of phenomena which cannot be totally elucidated by logic, mathematics, praxeology, and the natural sciences to the extent that they can be cleared up by all these sciences. It must never contradict the teaching of these other branches of knowledge. The real corporeal experience of the devil is attested by innumerable historical documents, which are rather reliable in all other regards. Many tribunals and due process of law have, on the basis of the testimony of witnesses and the confessions of defendants, established the fact that the devil had carnal intercourse with witches. However, no appeal to understanding could justify a historian's attempt to maintain that the devil really existed and interfered with human events otherwise than the visions of an excited human brain. While this generally admitted with regard to the natural sciences, there are some historians who adopt another attitude with regard to economic theory. They try to oppose to the theorems of economics and appeal to documents allegedly providing things incompatible with these theorems. They do not realize that the complex phenomenon can neither prove nor disprove any theorem and cannot bear witness against any statement of theory. Economic history is possible only because there is an economic theory capable of throwing light upon economic actions. If there were no economic theory, reports concerning economic facts would be nothing more than a collection of unconnected data open to any arbitrary interpretation. Section 8. Conception and Understanding. The task of the sciences of human action is the comprehension of the meaning and relevance of human action. They apply for this purpose two different epistemological procedures, conception and understanding. Conception is the mental tool of praxeology. Understanding is the specific mental tool of history. The cognition of praxeology is conceptual cognition. It refers to what is necessary in human action. It is cognition of universals and categories. The cognition of history refers to what is unique and individual in each event or class of events. It analyses first each object of its studies with the aid of mental tools provided by all other sciences. Having achieved this preliminary work, it faces its own specific problem, the elucidation of the unique and individual features of the case by the means of understanding. As was mentioned above, it has been asserted that history can never be scientific because historical understanding depends on the historian's subjective value judgments. Understanding, it is maintained, is only a euphemistic term from arbitrariness. The writings of the historians are always one-sided and impartial. They do not report the facts, they distort them. It is of course a fact that we have historical books written from various points of view. There are historics of the Reformation written from the Catholic point of view and others written from the Protestant point of view. There are proletarian histories and bourgeois histories, Tory historians and Whig historians. Every nation, party and linguistic group has its own historians and its own ideas about history. But the problem which these differences of interpretation offer must not be confused with the intentional distortion of facts by propagandists and apologists parading as historians. These facts, which can be established in an unquestionable way on the ground of the source material available, must be established as the preliminary work of the historian. This is not a field for understanding, it is a task to be accomplished by the employment of the tools provided by all non-historical sciences. The phenomena are gathered by cautious, critical observation of the records available. As far as the theories of the non-historical sciences on which the historian grounds his critical examination of the resources are reasonably reliable and certain, there cannot be any arbitrary disagreement with regard to the establishment of the phenomena as such. What a historian asserts is either correct or contrary. Fact is either proved or disproved by the documents available, what a historian asserts is either correct or contrary to fact, is either proved or disproved by the documents available, or vague because the sources do not provide us with sufficient information. The experts may disagree, but only on the ground of a reasonable interpretation of the evidence available. The discussion does not allow any arbitrary statements. However, the historians very often do not agree with regard to the teaching of the non-historical sciences. Then, of course, disagreement with regard to the critical examination of the records and to the conclusion to be drawn from them can ensue. An unbridgeable conflict arises, but its cause is not an arbitrariness with regard to the concrete historical phenomenon. It stems from an undecided issue referring to the non-historical sciences. An ancient Chinese historian could report that the emperor's sins brought about a catastrophic drought and that rain fell again when the ruler had atoned for his sin. No modern historian would accept such a report. The underlying meteorological doctrine is contrary to uncontested fundamentals of contemporary natural science. For no such unanimity exists in regard to many theological, biological, and economic issues. Accordingly, historians disagree. A supporter of the racial doctrine of Nordic Aryanism will disregard as fabulous and simply unbelievable any report concerning intellectual and moral achievements of inferior races. He will treat the same reports in the same way that all modern historians deal with the above-mentioned Chinese report. No agreement with regard to any phenomenon in the history of Christianity can be attained between people for whom the Gospels are holy writ and people in whose eyes they are human documents. A mercantilist or neo-mercantilist, we'll go back to the line I was on. Catholic and Protestant historians disagree about many questions of fact because they start from different theological ideas. A mercantilist or neo-mercantilist must necessarily be at variance with an economist. An account of a German monetary history in the years from 1914 to 1923 is conditioned by the author's monetary doctrines. The facts of the French Revolution are presented in unique. Where am I getting that from? The facts of the French Revolution are presented in a quite different manner by those who believe in the sacred rights of the anointed king and those who hold other views. The historians disagree on such issues not in their capacity as historians, but in their application of the non-historical sciences to the subject matter of history. They disagree as agnostic doctors disagree in regard to the miracles of Lourdes with the members of the medical committee for the collection of evidence concerning these miracles. Only those who believe these facts write their own story into the tabula rasa of the human mind blame the historians for such differences of opinion. They fail to realise that history can never be studied without presuppositions, and that dissension with regard to these presuppositions, i.e., the whole content of the non-historical branches of knowledge, must determine the establishment of historical facts. The presuppositions also determine the historian's decision concerning the choice of facts to be mentioned and those to be omitted as relevant. In searching for the causes of a cow's not giving milk, a modern veterinarian will disregard entirely all reports concerning a witch's evil eye. His view would have been different 300 years ago, in the same way the historian selects from the indefinite multitudes of events that preceded the facts that he's dealing with those which could have contributed to its emergence, or have delayed it, and neglects those which, according to his grasp of the non-historical sciences, could not have influenced it. Changes in the teachings of the non-historical sciences consequently must involve a rewriting of history. Every generation must treat anew the same historical problems because they appear to it in a different light. The theological worldview of older times led to a treatment of history other than the theorems of modern natural science. Subjective economics produces historical works very different from those based on mercantilist doctrines. As far as divergences in the books of historians stem from these disagreements, they are not an outcome of alleged vagueness and precariousness in historical studies. They are, on the contrary, the result of the lack of unanimity in the realm of the other sciences which are popularly called certain and exact. To avoid any possible misunderstanding, it is expedient to emphasize some further points. The divergences referred to above must not be confused with purposeful, ill-intentioned distortions of facts, with attempts to justify or to condemn any actions from a legal or moral point of view, with the merely incidental insertion of remarks expressing value judgments, and a strictly objective representation of the state of affairs. A treatise on bacteriology does not lose its objectivity if the author, accepting the human viewpoint, considers the preservation of human life as an ultimate end, and, applying this standard, labels effective methods of fighting germs good and fruitless methods bad. A germ writing such a book would reverse these judgments, but the material content of this book would not differ from that of human bacteriologists. In the same way, a European historian dealing with the Mongol invasions of the 13th century may speak of favourable and unfavourable events because he takes the standpoint of the European defenders of Western civilization. But this approval of one material content of value need not necessarily interfere with the material content of his study. It may, from the point of view of contemporary knowledge, be absolutely objective. A Mongolian historian could endorse it completely, but for such causal remarks. With a representation of one's party action, diplomatic or military antagonisms, the clash of conflicting groups can be dealt with from the point of view of ideas, motives, and aims which impelled either side's acts. For a full comprehension of what happened, it is necessary to take account of what was done on both sides, in order to understand their actions. The historian must try to see things as they appeared to the acting man at the critical time, not only as we see them now from the point of view of our present-day knowledge. A historian of Lincoln's policy in the weeks and months preceding the outbreak of the Civil War is of course complete, but no historical study is complete, regardless of whether the historian sympathises with the Unionists or with the Confederates, or whether he is absolutely neutral. He can deal in an objective way with Lincoln's policy in the spring of 1861. Such an investigation is an indispensable preliminary to answering the broader question of how the Civil War broke out. Now finally, having settled these problems, it is possible to attack the genuine question. Is there any subjective element in historical understanding, and if so, in what matter does it determine the result of historical studies? As far as the task of understanding is to establish the fact that people were motivated by definitive value judgments and aimed at definite means, there cannot be any disagreement among true historians, i.e., people intent upon cognition of past events. There may be uncertainty because of the insufficient information provided by the sources available, but this has nothing to do with understanding. It refers to the preliminary work achieved by the historian. But understanding has a second task to fulfill. It must appraise the effects and the intensity of the effects brought about by an action. It must deal with the relevance of each motive and each action. Here we are faced with one of the main differences between physics and chemistry on the one hand, and the sciences of human action on the other. In the realm of physical and chemical events, there exist, or at least it is generally assumed that there exist, constant relations between magnitudes, and man is capable of discovering these constants with a reasonable degree of precision by means of laboratory experiments. No such constant relations exist in the field of human action outside of physical and chemical technology and therapeutics. For some time, economists believed that they had discovered a constant relation in the effects of changes in the quantity of money upon commodity prices. It was asserted that a rise or fall in the quantity of money in circulation must result in proportional changes of commodity prices. Modern economics has clearly and irrefutably exposed the fallaciousness of this statement. Those economists who want to substitute quantitative economics for what they call qualitative economics are utterly mistaken. There are, in the field of economics, no constant relations, and consequently no measurements possible. If a statistician determines that if a statistician determines that a rise of 10% in the supply of potatoes in Atlantis at definite time was followed by a fall of 8% in the price, he does not establish anything about what happened or may happen with a change in the supply in another country, or a change of supply of potatoes in another country or at another time. He has not measured the elasticity of demand of potatoes. He has established he's established a unique and individual historical fact. No intelligent man can doubt that the behaviour of men with regard to potatoes and every other commodity is variable. Different individuals value the same things in a different way, and valuations change with the same individuals with changing conditions. Outside of the field of economic history, nobody ever ventured to maintain that constant relations prevail in human history. It is a fact that the armed conflicts fought in the past between Europeans and backward people of other races, one European soldier was usually a match for several native fighters, but nobody was ever foolish enough to measure the magnitude of European superiority. The impracticability of measurement is not due to the lack of technical methods for the establishment of measure. It is due to the absence of constant relations. If it were only caused by technical insufficiency, at least an approximate estimation would be possible in some cases, but the main fact is that there are no constant relations. Economics is not, as ignorant positivists repeat again and again, backward because it is not quantitative. It is not quantitative, it does not measure because there are no constants. Statistical figures referring to economic events are historical data. They tell us what happened in a non-repeatable historical case. Physical events can be interpreted on the ground of our knowledge concerning constant relations established by experiments. Historical events are not open to such an interpretation. The historian can enumerate all the factors which cooperate in bringing about a known effect and all the factors which worked against them, and may have resulted in delaying and mitigating the final outcome. But he cannot coordinate except by understanding the various causative factors in a quantitative way to the effects produced. He cannot, except by understanding, assign to each of the n factors of its role in producing the effect P. And understanding is in the realm of the history the equivalent, as it were, of quantitative analysis and measurement. Technology can tell us how thick a steel plate must be in order not to be pierced by a bullet fired at a distance of 300 yards from a Winchester rifle. It can thus answer the question why a man who took shelter behind a steel plate of a known thickness was hurt or not hurt by a shot fired. History is at loss to explain with the same assurance why there was a rise in the price of milk of 10%, or why President Roosevelt defeated Governor Dewey in the election of 1944, or why France from 1870 to 1940 under a Republican constitution, or why France was from 1870 to 1940 under a Republican constitution. Such problems did not allow any treatment other than that of understanding. To every historical factor, understanding tries to assign its relevance. In the exercise of understanding, there is no room for arbitrariness and capriciousness. The freedom of the historian is limited by his endeavour to provide a satisfactory explanation of reality. His guiding star must be the search for truth, but there necessarily enters into understanding an element of subjectivity. The understanding of the historian is always tinged with the marks of his personality. It reflects the mind of its authors. The a priori sciences, logic, mathematics, and praxeology, aim at a knowledge unconditionally valid for all human beings with the logical structure of the human mind. Lost myself quickly there. The natural sciences aim at a cognition valid for all those human beings which are not only endowed with the faculty of human reason, but with human senses. The uniformity of human logic and sensation bestows upon these branches of knowledge the character of universal validity. Such, at least, is the principle guiding the study of the physicists. Only in recent years have they begun to see the limits of their endeavours, and abandoning the excessive pretensions of older physicists. Discovering the uncertainty principle, they realise today that there are unobservables, whose unobservability is a matter of epistemological principle. Historical understanding can never produce results which must be accepted by all men. Two historians who fully agree with regard to the teachings of the non-historical sciences and with regard to the establishment of the facts as far as they can be established without recourse to the understanding of relevance may disagree in the understanding of the relevance of these facts. They may fully agree in establishing that the factors A, B, and C work together in producing the effect P. Nonetheless, they can widely disagree with regard to the relevance of the respective contributions of A, B, and C to the final outcome. As far as understanding aims at assigning its relevance to each other, it is open to the influence of subjective judgments. Of course, there are not judgments of value. They do not express preferences of the historian. They are judgments of relevance. Historians may disagree for various reasons. They may hold different views with regard to the teaching of the non-historical sciences. They may base their reasoning on a more or less complete familiarity with the records. They may differ in their understanding of the motives and aims of the acting men and of the means applied by them. All these differences are open to a settlement by objective reasoning. It is possible to reach a universal agreement with regard to them, but as far as historians disagree with regard to judgments of relevance, it is impossible to find a solution which all sane men must accept. The intellectual methods of science do not differ in kind from those applied by the common man in his daily mundane reasoning. The scientist uses the same tools which a layman uses, he merely uses them more skillfully and cautiously. Understanding is not a privilege of the historians, it is everybody's business. In observing the conditions of the environment, everybody is a historian. Everybody uses understanding in dealing with the uncertainty of future events of which he must adjust his own action. The distinctive reasoning of the speculator is an understanding of the relevance of the various factors determining future events. And let us emphasize that even at this early point of our investigation, action necessarily always aims at future, and therefore uncertain conditions, and thus is always speculation. Acting man looks, as it were, with the eyes of a historian into the future. Natural history and human history. I can never pronounce that word. I never know if it's cosmogony or cosmogony or I have no clue how to pronounce it. But that one, geology and the history of biological changes, are historical disciplines as they deal with the unique events of the past. However, they operate exclusively with the epistemological methods of the natural sciences and have no need for understanding. They must sometimes take recourse to only approximate estimates of magnitudes, but such estimates are not judgments of relevance. They are a less perfect method of determining quantitative relations than is exact measurements. They must not be confused with the state of affairs in which the field of human action which is characterized by the absence of constant relations. If we speak of history, what we have in mind is only the history of human action, whose specific mental tool is understanding. The assertion that modern natural science owes all its achievements to the experimental method is sometimes assailed by referring to astronomy. Now, modern astronomy is essentially an application of the physical laws experimentally discovered on the Earth to their celestial bodies. In earlier days, astronomy was mainly based on the assumption that the movements of the celestial body could not change their course. Copernicus and Kepler tried to guess on what kind of curve the Earth moves around the Sun. As the circle was considered the most perfect curve, Copernicus chose it for his theory. Later, by similar guesswork, Kepler substituted the ellipse for the circle. Only since Newton's discoveries has astronomy become a natural science in the strict sense. Section 9 on ideal types. History deals with unique and unrepeatable events. With the irreversible flux of human affairs, a historical event cannot be described without reference to the persons involved and to the place and date of its occurrence. As far as a happening can be narrated without such a reference, it is not a historical event, but a fact of the natural sciences. The report that Professor Rex on February 20th, 1945 performed a certain experiment in his laboratory is not an account of a historical event. The physicist believes he is right in abstracting from the person of the experiment and the date and place of the experiment. He relates only those circumstances which, in his opinion, are relevant for the production of the result achieved, and, when repeated, will reproduce the same result again. He transforms the historical event into a fact of the empirical natural sciences. He disregards the active interface of the experimenter and tries to imagine him as an indifferent observer and a relator of the unadulterated reality. It is not the task of praxeology to deal with the epistemological issues of this philosophy. The physicists themselves are at last on the way to discovering the flaw in the godlikeness they use to arrogate themselves. Although unique and unrepeatable, historical events have one common feature. They are human action. History comprehends them as human actions. It conceives their meaning by the instrumentality of praxeological cognition and understands their meaning in looking at their individual and unique features. What counts for history is always the meaning of the men concerned. What counts for history is always the meaning of the men concerned, the meaning that they attach to the state of affairs they want to alter. The meaning that they attach to the state of affairs, they want to alter. The meaning they attach to their actions and the meaning they attach to the effects produced by the actions. The aspect from which history arranges and assorts the infinite multiplicity of events is their meaning, the only principle which it applies for the systemization of its objects, men, ideas, institutions, social entities, and artifacts is meaning affinity. According to meaning affinity, it arranges the element into ideal types. Ideal types are the specific notions employed in historical research and in the representation of its results. They are the concepts of understanding, and as such they are entirely different from the praxeological categories and concepts and from the concepts of the natural sciences. An ideal type is not a class concept, but its description does not indicate the marks whose presence definitely and unambiguously determines class membership. An ideal type cannot be defined. It must be characterized by an enumeration of those features whose presence by and large decides whether in a concrete instance we are or are not faced with a specimen belonging to the ideal type in question. It is peculiar to the ideal type not that all its characteristics need be present in any one example. Whether or not the absence of some characteristics prevents the inclusion of a concrete specimen in the ideal type in question depends on a relevance judgment by understanding. The ideal type itself is an outcome of an understanding of the motives, ideas, and aims of the acting individuals and of the means they apply. An ideal type has nothing to do with statistical means and averages. Most of the characteristics concerned are not open to a numerical determination, and for this reason alone, they could not enter in a calculation of averages. But the main reason is to be seen in something else. Statistical averages denote the behavior of the members of a class or type, already constituted by means of a definition or characterization referring to other marks. With regard to features not referred to in the definition or characterization, the member of the class or type must be known before the statistician can start investigating special features and use the result of this investigation for the establishment of an average. We can establish the average age of the United States senators, or we can reckon averages concerning the behavior and age class of the population with regard to a special problem. But it is logically impossible to make the membership of a class or type depend upon an average. Who is this? Dawn? I don't know who you are, 99 Orange, but go chase yourself, whoever you are. No historical problem can be treated without the aid of ideal types. Even when the historian deals with an individual person or with a single event, he cannot avoid referring to ideal types. If he speaks of Napoleon, he must refer to such ideal types as commander, dictator, revolutionary leader, and if he deals with the French Revolution, he must refer to ideal types such as revolution, disintegration of revolution and disintegration of an established regime, anarchy. It may be that the reference to an ideal type consists merely in rejecting its applicability to the case in question, but all historical events are described and interpreted by means of ideal types. The layman, too, in dealing with events of the past or the future, must always make use of ideal types and unwittingly does so. Whether or not the employment of a definite ideal type is expedient and conducive to an adequate grasp of phenomena can only be decided by understanding. It is not the ideal type which determines a mode of understanding, it is the mode of understanding that requires the construction and use of corresponding ideal types. The ideal types are constructed with the use of ideas and concepts developed by all non-historical branches of knowledge. Every cognition of history is, of course, conditioned by the findings of the other sciences, depends upon them, and must never contradict them. But historical knowledge has another subject matter and another method than these other sciences, and they in turn have no use for understanding. Thus, the ideal types must not be confused with concepts of the non-historical sciences. This is valid also with regard to the praxeological categories and concepts. They provide, to be sure, the indispensable mental tools for the study of history. However, they do not refer to the understanding of the unique and individual events which are subject to the matter of history. An ideal type can therefore never be a simple adoption of a praxeological concept. It happens in many instances that a term used by praxeology to signify a praxeological concept serves to signify an ideal type for the historian. Then, the historian uses one word for the expression of two different things. He applies the term sometimes to signify its praxeological connotation, but more often to signify an ideal type. In the latter case, the historian attaches to the word a meaning different from its praxeological meaning. He transforms it by transferring it to a different field of inquiry. The two terms connote different things. They are homonyms. The economic concept entrepreneur belongs to a stratum other than the ideal type entrepreneur as used by economic history and descriptive economics. On a third stratum lies the legal term entrepreneur. The economic term entrepreneur is a precisely defined concept. The economic term entrepreneur is a precisely defined concept, which in the framework of a theory of market economy signifies a clearly integrated function. The historical ideal type, entrepreneur, does not include the same members. Nobody in using it thinks of shoeshine boys, cab drivers who own their cars, small businessmen, and small farmers. What economics establishes with regard to entrepreneurs is rigidly valid for all members of the class without any regard to temporal and geographical conditions and to the various branches of business. What economic history establishes for its ideal types can differ according to the particular circumstances of various ages. The particular circumstances of various ages, countries, branches, and of business, and many other conditions. History has little use for a general ideal type of entrepreneur. It is more concerned with such types as the American entrepreneur of the time of Jefferson, German heavy industry in the age of William II, New England textile manufacturing in the last decade preceding the First World War, the Protestant haute finance of Paris, self-made entrepreneurs, and so on. Whether the use of a definite ideal type is to be recommended or not depends entirely on the mode of understanding. It is quite common nowadays to employ two ideal types: left-wing parties, progressives, and right-wing parties, fascists. The former includes the Western democracies, some Latin American dictatorships, and Russian Bolshevism. The latter, Italian fascism and German Nazism. The typification is the outcome of a definite mode of understanding. Another mode would contrast democracy and dictatorship. Then Russian Bolshevism, Italian fascism, and German Nazism belong to the ideal type of dictatorial government. and the Western systems to the ideal type of democratic governance. It was a fundamental mistake of the historical school of Wirtschaftsstaats and Wissenschaften in Germany and of institutionalism in America to interpret economics as the categorization of the behavior of an ideal type, the Homo economicus. According to this doctrinal tradition, or orthodox economics does not deal with the behavior of man as he really is and acts, but with a fictitious or hypothetical image. It pictures a being driven exclusively by economic motives, solely by the intention of making the greatest possible material or monetary profit. Such a being does not have and never did have a counterpart in reality. It is a phantom of spurious armchair philosophy. No man is exclusively motivated by the desire to become as rich as possible. Many are not at all influenced by this mean craving. It is a vain to refer to such an illusory homunculus in dealing with life and history. Even if this really were the meaning of classical economics, the Homo economicus would certainly not be an ideal type. The ideal type is not an embodiment of one side or aspect of man's various aims and desires. It is always the representation of complex phenomena of reality, either of men, of institutions, or of ideologies. The classical economists sought to explain the formation of prices. They were fully aware of the fact of people, but the result of an interplay of all members of the market society. This was the meaning of their statement that demand and supply determine the formation of prices. However, the classical economists failed in their endeavours to provide a satisfactory theory of value. They were at a loss to find a solution for the apparent paradox of value. They were puzzled by the alleged paradox that gold is more highly valued than iron, although the latter is more useful than the former. Though they could not construct a general theory of value and trace back the phenomena of market exchange and production to their ultimate sources, the behaviour of consumers, the shortcoming forced them to abandon their ambitious plans to develop a general theory of human action. They had to satisfy themselves with a theory explaining only the activities of the businessman without going to the choice of everybody as the ultimate determinants. They dealt only with the actions of businessmen eager to buy in the cheapest markets and to sell in the dearest. The consumer was left outside the field of their theorizing. Later, the epigonus of classical economics explained and justified this insufficiently as an intentional and methodologically necessary procedure. It was, they asserted, the deliberate design of the economists to restrict their investigations to only one aspect of human endeavour, namely to the economic aspect. It was their intention to use the fictitious image of a man driven solely by economic motives and neglect all others, although they were fully aware of the fact that real men are driven by many other non-economic motives. To deal with these motives, one group of these interpreters maintained it is not the task of economics, but of other branches of knowledge. Another group admitted that the treatment of these non-economic motives and their influence on the formation of prices was a task of economics also, but they believed that it must be left to later generations. It will be shown at a later stage of our investigations that this distinction between economic and non-economic motives of human action is untenable. At this point, it is only important to realise that the doctrine of the economic side of human action utterly misrepresents the teachings of the classical economists. They never intended to do what this doctrine ascribes to them. They wanted to conceive the real formation of prices, not fictitious prices as they would be determined if men were acting under the sway of hypothetical conditions different from those really influencing them. The prices they try to explain, and do explain although without tracing them back to the choice of consumers, are real market prices. The demand and supply of which they speak are real factors determined by all motives instigating man to buy or sell. What was wrong with their theory was that they did not trace demand back to the choice of the consumers. They lacked a satisfactory theory of demand. But it was not their idea that demand as they used this concept in their dissertations was exclusively determined by economic motives as distinguished from non-economic motives. As they restricted their theorizing to the actions of businessmen, they did not deal with the motives of the ultimate consumers. Nonetheless, their theories of price was intended as an explanation of real prices, irrespective of the motives and the ideas instigating the consumers. Modern subjective economics starts with the solution of the apparent paradox of value, and neither limits its theorems to the actions of businessmen alone, nor deals with a fictitious Homo economicus. It treats the inexorable categories of everybody's actions. Its theorems concerning commodity prices, wage rates, and interest rates refer to all these phenomena without any regard to the motives causing people to buy or sell, or to abstain from buying or selling. It is time to discard entirely any reference to the abortive attempt to justify the shortcomings of older economists through the appeal to the Homo economicus phantom. Oh, right. The scope of praxeology is the explication of the category of human action. That's in section 10, the procedure of economics. All that is needed for the deduction of all praxeological theorems is knowledge of the essence of human action. It is a knowledge that is our own because we are men. No being of human descent that pathological conditions have not reduced to a merely vegetative existence lacks it. No special experience is needed in order to comprehend these theorems, and no experience, however rich, could disclose them to a being who did not know a priori what human action is. The only way to a cognition of these theorems is the logical analysis of our inherent knowledge of the category of action. Sorry. We must bethink ourselves and reflect upon the structure of human action. Like logic and mathematics, praxeological knowledge is in us. It does not come from without. All the concepts and theorems of praxeology are implied in the category of human action. The first task is to extract and to deduce them, to expound their implications, and to define the universal conditions of acting as such. Having shown what conditions are required by any action, one must go further and define, of course, in a categorical and formal sense, the less general conditions required for special modes of acting. It will be possible to deal with a second task by delineating all thinkable conditions and deducing from them all inferences logically permissible. Such an all-comprehensive system would provide a theory referring not only to human action as it is under the conditions and circumstances given in the real world in which man lives and acts. It would deal no less with hypothetical acting such as would take place under the unrealizable conditions of imaginary worlds. But the end of science is to know reality. It is not mental gymnastics or a logical pastime. Therefore, praxeology restricts its inquiries to the study of acting under those conditions and presuppositions which are given in reality. It studies acting under unrealized and unrealizable conditions only from 2 points of view. It deals with states of affairs which, although not real in the present and past real and present and past world, could possibly become real at some future date. And it examines unreal and unrealizable conditions if such an inquiry is indeed for a satisfactory grasp of what is going on under the conditions present in reality. However, this reference to experience does not impair the a prioristic characteristic of praxeology in economics. Experience merely directs our curiosity towards certain problems and diverts it from other problems. It tells us what we should explore, but it does not tell us how we should proceed in our search for knowledge. Moreover, it is not experience but thinking alone which teaches us that, and in what instances and it is necessary to discover unrealizable hypothetical conditions in order to conceive what is going on in the real world. The disutility of labour is not categorical and a prioristic character. We can without contradiction think of a world in which labour does not cause uneasiness, and we can depict the state of affairs prevailing in such a world, but the real world is conditioned by the disutility of labour. Only theorems based on the assumption that labour is a source of uneasiness are applicable for the comprehension of what is going on in this world. Experience teaches us that there is this utility of labour, but it does not teach it directly. There is no phenomenon that introduces itself as the disutility of labour. There are only data of experience which are interpreted on the ground of a prioristic knowledge to mean that men consider leisure, i.e., the absence of labour, other things being equal, as a more desirable condition than the expenditure of labour. We see that men renounce advantages which they could get by working more, that is, that they are ready to make sacrifices for the attainment of leisure. We infer from this fact that leisure is valued as a good, and that labour is regarded as a burden. But for previous praxeological insight, we would never be in a position to reach this conclusion. A theory of indirect exchange and all other theories built upon it, as the theory of circulation credit, are applicable only to the interpretation of events within a world in which direct exchange is practiced. In a world of barter trade only, it would be mere intellectual play. It is unlikely that the economists of such a world, if economic science could have emerged at all in it, would have given any thought to the problems of indirect exchange, money, and all the rest. In our actual world, however, it is an essential part of economic theory. The fact that praxeology, in fixing its eye on the comprehension of reality, concentrates upon the investigation of those problems which are useful for this purpose, does not alter the a prioristic character of its reasoning, but it marks the way in which economics, the only elaborated part of praxeology, presents the results of its own. But it marks the way in which economics, up to now the only elaborated part of praxeology, presents the results of its endeavours. Economics does not follow the procedure of logic and mathematics. It does not present an integrated system of pure a prioristic rationation, severed from any reference to reality, and introducing assumptions into its reasoning. It satisfies itself that the treatment of the assumptions concerning can render useful services for the comprehension of reality. It does not strictly direct separate in its treatises and monographs pure science from the application of its theorems to the solution of concrete historical and political problems. It adopts for the organised presentation of its results a form in which a prioristic theory and the interpretation of historical phenomena are intertwined. It is obvious that this mode of procedure is enjoined upon economics by the very nature and essence of its subject matter. It is given proof of its expediency. However, one must not overlook the fact that the manipulation of this singular and logically somewhat strange procedure requires caution and subtlety, and that uncritical and superficial minds have again and again led astray by careless confusion of the two epistemologically different methods implied. There are no such things as a historical method, there's no such thing as a historical method of economics, or a discipline of institutional economics. There is economics and there is economic history. The two must never be confused. All theorems of economics are necessarily valid in every instance in which all the assumptions presupposed are given. Of course, they have no practical significance in situations where these conditions are not established. The theorems referring to indirect exchange are not applicable to conditions where there is no indirect exchange, but this does not impair their validity. The issue has been obfuscated by the endeavours of governments and powerful pressure groups to disparage economics and to defame the economists. Princes and democratic majorities are drunk with power. They must reluctantly admit that they are subject to the laws of nature, but they reject the very notion of economic law. Are they not the supreme legislators? Don't they have the power to crush every opponent? No warlord is prone to acknowledge any limits other than those imposed upon him by a superior armed force. Servile scribblers are always ready to foster such complacency by expounding the appropriate doctrines. They call their garbled presuppositions historical economics. In fact, economic history is a long record of government policies that failed because they were designed with a bold disregard for the laws of economics. It is impossible to understand the history of economic thought if one does not pay attention to the fact that economics as such is a challenge to the conceit of those in power. An economist can never be a favourite of autocrats and demagogues. With them, he is always the mischief maker, and the more they are inwardly convinced that his objections are well founded, the more they hate him. In the face of all this frenzied agitation, it is expedient to establish the fact that the starting point of all praxeological and economic reason, the category of human action, is proof against any criticism and objections. No appeal to any historical or empirical considerations whatever can discover any fault in the proposition that men purposefully aim at certain chosen ends. No talk about irrationality, the unfathomable depths of the human soul, the spontaneity of the phenomena of life, automisms, reflexes, and tropisms can invalidate the statement that man makes use of his reason for the realization of wishes and desires. From the unshakable foundation of the category of human action, praxeology and economics proceed step by step by means of discursive reasoning, precisely defining assumptions and conditions. They construct a system of concepts and draw all the inferences implied by logically unassailable rationation. With regard to the results obtained, only two attitudes are possible. Either one can unmask logical errors in the chain of the deductions which precede these results, or one must acknowledge their correctness and validity. It is vain to object that life and reality are not logical. Life and reality are neither logical nor illogical. They are simply given. But logic is not the only tool available to man for the comprehension of both. It is vain to object that life and history are inscrutable and ineffable, and that human reason can never penetrate to their inner core. The critics contradict themselves in uttering words about ineffable and expounding theories, of course, spurious theories about the unfathomable. There are many things beyond the reach of the human mind, but as far as man is able to attain any knowledge, however limited, he can only use only one avenue of approach, that opened by reason. No less illusory are the endeavours to play off understanding against the theorems of economics. The domain of historical understanding is exclusively the elucidation of the problems which cannot be entirely elucidated by the non-historical sciences. Understanding must never contradict the theories developed by the non-historical sciences. Understanding can never do anything but, on the one hand, establish the fact that people were motivated by certain ideas aimed at certain ends and applied certain means for the attainment of these ends, and, on the other hand, assign to the various historical factors their relevance so far as this cannot be achieved by non-historical sciences. Understanding does not entitle the modern historian to assert that exorcism never or ever was an appropriate means to cure sick cows. Neither does it permit him to maintain that an economic law was not valid in ancient Rome or in the empire of the Incas. Man is not infallible. He searches for truth, that is, for the most adequate comprehension of reality as far as the structure of his mind and reason make it accessible to him. Man can never become omniscient. He can never be absolutely certain that his inquiries were not misled, and that what he considers as certain truth is not error. All that man can do is submit all his theories again and again to the most critical re-examination. This means for the economist trace back all theorems to their unquestionable and certain and certain ultimate basis. The category of human action, and to test by the most careful scrutiny all assumptions and inferences leading from this basis to the theorem under examination. It cannot be contended that this procedure is a guarantee against error, but is undoubtedly the most effective method of avoiding error. Praxeology, and consequently economics too, is a deductive system. It draws its strength from the starting point of its deductions, from the category of action. No economic theorem can be considered sound that is not solidly fastened upon this foundation by an irrefutable chain of reasoning. A statement proclaimed without such a connection is arbitrary and floats in mid-air. It is impossible to deal with a special segment of economics if one does not encase it in a complete system of action. The empirical sciences. Well, thank you very much, Not Sure, for the donation that you've sent across via PayPal. I'm sure Scrump will send that along to me. And as always, it's greatly appreciated, as with the rest of the other donations. I'm sorry if anyone else has given one over PayPal and hasn't mentioned that I don't have access to that. So if anyone else has, I will give them a thanks as well. The empirical sciences start from singular events and proceed from the unique and individual to the more universal. Their treatment is subject to specialization. They can deal with segments without paying attention to the whole field. The economist must never be a specialist. In dealing with any problem, he must always fix his glance upon the whole system. Historians often sin in this respect. They are ready to invent theorems ad hoc. They sometimes fail to recognize that it is impossible to abstract any causal relation from the study of complex phenomena. Their pretension to investigate reality without any reference to what they disparage as preconceived ideas is vain. In fact, they unwittingly apply popular doctrines long since unmasked as fallacious and contradictory. Section 11. Limitations on praxeological concepts. I'm considering that this will probably be... Oh, I've just pressed the wrong button. All over the place now. God. Am I gonna have... well, I've lost my page here. Oh, God. Yeah. I'm going to go over this section here, 11, the limitations on praxeological concepts, and I'm probably going to call it a day, I think, because that's been like 4 hours, and as people can probably tell, my voice is getting really strained. So, number 11, the limitations on praxeological concepts. The praxeological categories and concepts are devised for the comprehension of human action. They become self-contradictory and nonsensical if one tries to apply them in dealing with conditions different from those of human life. The naive anthropomorphism of primitive religions is unpalatable to the philosophic mind. However, the endeavours of philosophers to define neatly the attributes of an absolute being, free from all the limitations and frailties of human existence, by the use of praxeological concepts are no less questionable. Scholastic philosophers and theologians and likewise, theists and deists of the age of reason, conceived an absolute and perfect being, unchangeable, omnipotent, and omniscient, and yet planning and acting, aiming at ends, and employing means for the attainment of these ends. But action can only be imputed to a discontented being, and repeated action only to a being who lacks the power to remove his uneasiness once and for all at one stroke. An acting being is discontented, and therefore not almighty. If he were contented, he would not act, and if he were almighty, he would have long since radically removed his discontent. For an all-powerful being, there is no pressure to choose between various states of uneasiness. He is not under the necessity of acquiescing in the lesser evil. Omnipotence would mean the power to achieve everything and to enjoy full satisfaction without being restrained by any limitations. But this is incompatible with the very concept of action. For an almighty, being the categories of ends and means does not exist. He is above all human comprehension, concepts and understanding. For the almighty being, every means renders unlimited services. He can only apply every means for the attainment of any ends. He can achieve every end without the employment of any means. It is beyond the faculties of the human mind to think the concept of almightiness consistently to its logical consequences. The paradoxes are insoluble. Has the almighty being the power to achieve something which is immune to his later interference? If he has this power, then there are limits to his might, and he is no longer almighty. If he lacks this power, he is by virtue of this fact alone not almighty. Are omnipotence and omniscience compatible? Omniscience presupposes that all future happenings are already unalterably determined. If there is omniscience, omnipotence is inconceivable. Omnipotence to change anything in the predetermined course of events would restrict the power of any agent. Action is a display of potency and control that are limited. It is a manifestation of man who is restrained by the circumscribed powers of his minds, the physiological nature of his body, the vicissitudes of his environment, and the scarcity of the external factors on which his welfare depends. It is vain to refer to the imperfections and weaknesses of human life if one aims at depicting something absolutely perfect. The very idea of absolute perfection is in every way self-contradictory. The state of absolute perfection is in every way self-contradictory. The very idea of absolute perfection is in every way self-contradictory. The state of absolute perfection must be conceived as complete, final, and not exposed to any change. Change could only impair its imperfection and transform it into a less perfect state. The mere possibility that a change can occur is compatible with the concept of absolute perfection. But the absence of change, i.e. perfect immutability, rigidity, and But the absence of change, i.e. But the absence of change, i.e. perfect immutability, rigidity, and immobility, is tantamount to the absence of life. Life and perfection are incompatible, but so are death and perfection. The living is not perfect because it is liable to change. The dead is perfect because it does not live. The language of living and acting men can form comparatives and superlatives and comparing degrees, but absolutus is not a degree, it is a limiting notion. The absolute is indeterminate, unthinkable, and ineffable. It is a chimerical conception. There are no such things as perfect happiness, perfect man, eternal bliss. Every attempt to describe the conditions of a land of cocaine or of the life of angels results in paradoxes. Where there are conditions, there are limitations, and not perfection. There are endeavours to conquer obstacles. There are frustration and discontent. After the philosophers had abandoned the search for the absolute, the utopians took it up. They weave dreams about the perfect state. They do not realise that the state, the social apparatus of compulsion and coercion, is an institution to cope with human imperfection, and that its essential function is to inflict punishment upon minorities in order to protect majorities against the detrimental consequences of certain actions. With perfect men, there would not be any need for compulsion and coercion. But utopians do not pay heed to human nature and the inalterable conditions of human life. Godwin thought that man might become immortal after the abolition of private property. Charles Fourier babbled about the ocean containing lemonade instead of salt water. Marx's economic system blithely ignored the fact of the scarcity of material factors of production. Trotsky revealed that in the proletarian paradise, the average human type will rise to the heights of an Aristotle, a Goethe, or a Marx, and above this ridge, new peaks will rise. Nowadays, the most popular chimeras are stabilisation and security. We will test these catchwords later. Oh, right. For those of you who have somehow not been around for the last 4 hours or so, I'm currently doing a fundraiser to help my process in getting to the Mises Institute later on this year in July. And I'm looking to raise money for the flights because it's going to be probably the most expensive part. And I can otherwise scrape together the hopefully the other costs, as long as it possibly family members that might help with those things. So if anyone would like to help me in that process, either see the pinned comment in the chat for the GoFundMe. I would imagine it will probably appear as the pinned comment on the stream once this stream is finished and goes up. Is also in the description as well. And if you can't help, then please feel free to share, because in a certain sense that is just as important as getting eyeballs on it as it is putting money through it. So for anyone that's listened, especially for those that have listened for any great time during the last 4 hours today, thank you very much for being here, and I will see you tomorrow at 1 p.m. if all goes well. And that's if I don't wake up tomorrow with no voice. So for the time being, I bid you all goodbye, and I hope you all have a great evening.